Okay. Or you're saying you take LIBOR plus 3.70, and that's what it's going to be for the entire term. Is there a ceiling? Okay. Okay, so then go ahead. Most people, you're going to say do the 3.5. I got you. So in other words, it's never going to be lower than 3.75. Now, why wouldn't someone take the 2.5? Because you're buying it? Yeah. I got you. So I've got someone here that's just a very round quote. Tell me if these numbers sound right. So loan to value, let's say house is worth 1.25. 80% of that, it would be $1 million line of credit. That $1 million would be at 3.868 is what I'm getting quoted from this particular person. And then they're showing 1,095 underwriting, 750 appraisal. But then I guess if it's over 1 million, I got to get 2 appraisals, and then title fees anywhere from $12 to $1,500, and then they're tacking on $2,500 for themselves. Is that pretty standard? It'd be another lender that's brokering it through you, or a very similar product through, I don't know, someplace in Australia or some shit. Yeah. 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 So, I mean, in other words, direct with you guys. I'm going to be looking at right now, no matter how we look at it, because the LIBOR is so low, I'm going to be at that 3.75, right? Because that's the floor. That's never going to change. But that's also locking in at what, 3.5 or 3.7? I got a little confused there. Okay, 3.5. So LIBOR goes up to 2. I'm at 5.5% for the loan, right? Okay, and you said there is no ceiling. Yeah. Okay, and then rolling it. I'm looking at another product. I don't know if you guys do this or not, but let's say I got $1 million. Let's say the house is worth whatever, $2 million. I got a $1 million line with you guys on the first. This product we're talking about. If I pay that to 0, can I carry that to another property, or I got to redo the whole loan? Okay. What is yours? So let's talk your fees right now. What is your underwriting? Well, you're also going to have the appraisal, right? Yeah, no, I got it. And what is your typical closing time? That's not too bad. All right, so trying to think where do you typically go from here if I'm interested. Oh wait, I'm sorry, I got one more question. He was mentioning something, and I don't know if this was your product or a different one, so let me clarify that. But after, so everything's locked in 30, but after 10 years, something happens, some form of what depreciation on the loan, what? Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, but if you're just holding, if you're holding a zero balance, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Can I attach my? Let's talk about is it a checking or savings account attached? And I assume that's one of your products, right? Okay. Can you can you tie multiple to the product or no? Could you have, for example, well, could I have a business account and or normal check? Say my business account, I average, I don't know, 150,000 average balance, and then I'm averaging 70 to 100,000 in our personal checking. Can we sweep both into that, one to the other? Okay. And then does it take? So the uh, let's say the balance on the line of credit's 100,000 at any given time. If the average checking account is 100,000 or more, then I would have zero payment for that month, correct? that's the other option, though. You turn around and you go, okay, do I, you know, I don't know. It's all going to come down to about the same thing, because on most HELOCs right now, I mean, really, your interest rates where most HELOCs are going to be. Although most HELOCs aren't going to be $1 million plus, so I haven't really looked at a jumbo HELOC if there is such a thing. So. Oh, I gotcha. Hey, this guy told me you guys had foreclosed. I found this an impressive number, but I don't know if he's blowing smoke.
Most people know that Mr. Clean Magic Eraser removes crayons and scuff marks from walls, but did you know it even cleans tough kitchen and bathroom messes that are sometimes tough to tackle? Just wet, squeeze, and erase gray soap scum on your bathtub. Erase cloudy hard water spots in your shower. Erase burnt-on stovetop messes. So for all your tough kitchen and bathroom messes, try Mr. Clean Magic Eraser. Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Liberty Mutual Insurance Company presents Dove.
Come on, Lino, keep pedaling. We got to build our endurance to let more people know that Liberty Mutual customizes your car. They only pay for what you need.
Pick up the Pittsburgh legs.
Hey, don't talk to Lino like that.
I'm not talking to you.
Liberty, 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 Liberty. Get a customized quote at libertymutual.com.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
K-How News Time, 10:03.
A Southern Colorado man will spend the rest of his life in prison for killing his pregnant girlfriend. Pueblo County DA Michelle Chavez says Dr. Lewis was sentenced shortly after his conviction in the 2013 murder of Kelsey Shellen.
The evidence was so compelling of the domestic violence relationship between Kelsey and Dante, and the jury heard essentially 2 weeks of that evidence.
The prosecutor said that he murdered Shellen after she visited him from Denver to discuss their unborn child. Shellen's body has never been found. It might feel like spring has sprung, but don't count winter out just yet. It'll be in the mid-60s today, and then look out.
The best chance of precipitation is going to come over the weekend, Saturday and Sunday. So this storm system lasting from Wednesday night all the way through Sunday. It's going to be here for a while.
That is Fox 31 meteorologist Jessica Odell. So far, snow totals look a little uncertain as far as projections. Sports app lost to the Coyotes 3-2 last night in Denver. That's the latest. I'm Pat Woodard.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Broadmoor.
From the Betfred Sports Traffic Center, let's go to the High Country Drive, where they're doing some road work eastbound I-70 through the Eisenhower Tunnel. It's down to one lane, so just watch out for big delays that will last throughout this afternoon. Both on and off the highway, just a little bit of slowing on westbound 270 either side of Vasquez. Otherwise, the freeway system looking pretty good. I-25, I-70 wide open through town. Off highway, watch out for a water main break at 32nd and Peterson. That's between Kipling and Sims. Best to avoid the area. Watch 31 pinpoint weather. It's going to be sunny today with a high of 66. Right now it's cloudy and 53. For Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Pete Wagner at 6:30 K-How.
Spring is right around the corner at the Broadmoor. Whether it's a family getaway or a romantic weekend, enjoy rates starting at $259 per night for select dates in March through May. Some restrictions apply. Visit Broadmoor.com today for details.
This is Brent Ivinson with Ideal Home Loans. If we all spent time in
Yeah, I can't. It's the spread in the interest rate that irritates me.
What irritates you about it, Mark?
Just the spread he adds in. Forget about the close. I don't want to say names
can
anymore.
You go directly to the mortgage company?
Yeah.
And you'll save money.
Fuck, it's not even close.
Then why do people, wait a minute, how much do you save?
Well, in my case, I'd save about $3,000 in closing costs, and then I'd save about 1/4 of a point forever.
Really? So that's not what it costs you to go to anybody, any broker on that loan?
Yeah, on their closing costs, straight from CMB.
And they'll do it all over the mail, the email. And what's your interest rate?
Well, right now it's at the floor, so it's 3.27.
Yeah, but even when it goes up, it's a point above?
No, that's where the difference is.
What's the spread that you go above LIBOR?
On 3.7.
Above LIBOR? No, I'm asking what's the spread? So if Live Boys won, but if Live Boys, oh,
And then there's a cap. And the cap goes like that. It's pretty high, the cap. But I'll only use it for just a fast quick.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Tom Martino.
no, I get it. That's weird. Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Welcome to the show, here to help you solve problems, to answer questions, to take complaints, to make life just a little easier. And all you have to do is call me. This hour brought to you by Panacea Life Sciences, which is CBD, real CBD that works.com. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK when we're sitting in the studio. You can also, of course, call us at 303-MARTINO 24/7. That's 303-627-8466. Welcome to the show. And help us help you. Call us if you have a problem, a question, or complaint with anything. If you think someone lied to you, ripped you off, cheated you, or maybe you just want some advice on buying or selling or a transaction. We love it when we can prevent problems. And then again, we also love it when you have a problem and we can solve it, of course. And we do. We have a great staff of people, retired professionals who work diligently to help you with your problems. And then we have experts at referralist.com. And these experts are part of our family to help you. In other words, we have accountants, we have doctors, we have lawyers, we have contractors, we have plumbers and HVAC techs, electricians. So all of the experts at referralist.com become part of the help that you get, which is really great. Now, Shannon, did you get the song I emailed you, sir? Okay, I'm going to let you know when I want to play it. I want to get some opinions. Dan, it's your turn. I'm Tom Martino, and I welcome you, Dan. What's going on? Dan, what's happening, sir?
I was calling about a follow-up from Friday about my jet ski.
Okay, now, originally you called, and it was an old jet ski, and you said there was only one shop that can work on old jet skis, but you said you had problems hearing anything from these people, and as I remember, you had already spent a good deal of money with them, right?
Yeah, I'm in the hole right now for $1,700, and it has the exact problem it has that I took it in for.
Now,
I picked it up, I completed, and it's still got the exact same problem.
And they took how many attempts to fix it?
I originally took it. I paid $100 to have it evaled. They told me it'd be $1,000 to fix it. I paid the $1,000, picked it. They called me a month or two later. I picked it up. They said it's done. Took it to Cherry Creek. Boom, nothing. The exact same thing. I took it back. Paid another $100 for the evaluator. They done what they had to do. I paid another $700. They called me a month or so later. I picked it up, put it in Cherry Creek. The exact same thing. They said bring it back. That was at the end of last summer, and I haven't heard a word since.
So 100, 1,000, 100, and 700. So I mean,
correct.
Okay, and these people still, and right now it's still at the shop. I thought we had given this to somebody to call on this, Suzanne. Wasn't that? Is that the? Didn't we? We did not assign this to anybody. What did we say we would do on this?
I said it sucks, and you two, including the caller and you, seem to want to give them another shot or something.
No, what was? I forget that, really. What was it?
Well, I think we're going to call them today, but I don't remember. He was at the end of the show on Friday, Tom,
okay, that's
so I don't think we had time.
All right. No, I didn't know if I said I want to give him another shot. I said I want to call him and find out what the hell's going on. So,
well, imagine what excuse could there be? We can't fix it right. They don't put in the water to test it themselves.
They have a pool there.
Yeah, something really sucks.
What's really strange is it runs perfectly at their shop. But
I read a lot of stuff Friday about it. Apparently, I don't know if wastegate is more. It's something with the exhaust. There's different things that can cause that exact problem. I'm just shocked a company that works on them for a living can't figure it out.
And you said you can't.
That's why I took it to a shop rather than just somebody that does it out of their garage, because I know they got the machines and stuff to. And I also
remember saying we would put the word out to see if anyone else could work on these. I mean, it can't be that weird. But let's call the shop, Suzanne, just see if they'd want to come on and address this. And then if not, what we'll do is we'll give it to someone else.
It was a weird brand, too. I was thinking it was a Kawasaki, but it's not. What is it? It starts with a W or something?
No, it's a Tiger Shark.
Tiger Shark. Okay.
Yeah,
hold
they
on,
stopped
Dan.
making them in 2000.
I want to see if Suzanne can get someone to comment on it. Bill, welcome to you. What's going on, Bill?
Hi, Tom.
What's happening, man?
Yeah, I sound a little nervous. I'm trying not to be. I just kind of get worked up over this. I was the one that called here several days ago about this stimulus check that they got stolen.
Yes.
A $1,200 stimulus check. Well, I did check a few more things with the Internal Revenue, and they really haven't come up with anything yet, other than they're just checking out, investigating it.
But the check was definitely stolen.
Yeah.
And did they say they would issue another one, or what did they say they would do?
Well, that's what they said at the outset, way back. She said she had to qualify it. She said, "Oh yeah, we'll just cut you a new check." But then when I asked her several questions, and this goes back, I'll try to condense it a little bit. It goes back several months, whatever. She finally admitted, "What's the missing check? It's a lot easier to handle. They can just generate a new check. If it's stolen, you have to send your claim package back and all that."
But hold on. How would you know, Bill, whether it's missing or stolen? I mean, how would you know?
Because I had a photocopy of the check. I had papers they sent back saying that it was cashed. It was stolen. And I had the photocopy with this guy's name on the check.
Wait a minute. What do you mean this guy's name?
I think it's someone who lives in your complex, right?
Bill,
Yeah,
what do you mean this guy's name? Bill, if he stole your check, he would most likely forge your name. Was he a moron enough to put his own name on it?
Right. I don't understand why anybody would do it
signed it over to himself.
Let me get it straight, Bill. This check shows that this guy signed it?
Right.
But why would
there's only one? I don't need to say the name. There's only one person of that name in our building. So
I want to know this, Bill. Hold on.
So,
why would his bank cash it?
And I don't. They didn't. They didn't have any reason other than it was a goof up, and we don't know anything other than that.
But how do you?
He
Bill,
endorsed it as this guy and then deposited it in his account.
Yeah.
So Bill, he signed your name to it.
That's it. He did. There's no name on the photocopy of my name. There's no name on that check. Just his name.
I'm still confused. Okay, now the check is made out.
I did not co-sign it.
No, here's what I'm asking: who is the check made out to?
The check is a full check made out to me.
Okay.
My name.
Okay, and then on the back of it, where you sign it to deposit it or cash it, who signed it first?
I only see one name, and you can barely see any line or anything on it. It says the first and the last name.
And is it printed or is it signed?
It's signed.
And you can read it. What's the name?
It's John May.
John May, and that's not you.
No, of course it's not me.
It's made out to Bill M. something, and John May signed it, and they cashed it.
Right. But I don't see any of my name on the photocopy on the check anywhere.
You mean on the back? You don't see it?
Yeah, on the back, yeah.
So how, Mark, he did not sign this guy's name as if he was endorsing it over. He did not. He simply signed his name.
Yeah.
How the hell does that work?
Yeah,
if I took your check to my bank...
They just scribbled it. It looks like an endorsement to the bank's all I'm saying. I mean, you look at my signature, you couldn't tell what the hell my name is.
No, but Mark, he is saying there is no extra signature. There is just one signature. Right, Bill?
Right. Exactly.
And the one signature is John May. So there's only one signature.
Go ahead.
So you would think the teller would say, Mr. May.
Yeah, but they didn't.
Mr. May, this is made out to Bill M.
Yeah, but come on, we've had people okey-doke up one of our checks and walk into the bank and cash it.
Our bank always catches that.
Mark's talking about the old bank.
Oh.
Vectra, I'll cash anything.
Yeah, the guy just walked in and cashed 2 checks one day.
They have to have, yeah.
So listen, man.
Why don't you call the cops? Did you call the cops on this guy that forged everything?
I did call the cops, and they actually said there's not really enough to go on. When I told them what the bank did, well, they came to get this lame thing. Well, and, people could, the bank can do that.
What bank is this? What bank is this?
Called First Bank. In
they should be responsible,
you know what?
Tom.
First Bank's responsible as well as this guy. So John May took your check and deposited it in his account.
Let's have our deputies call First Bank.
What about it? Wait, you're telling me that the police would not go and charge John May?
They didn't want to check anything out.
No, that's wrong.
Is he there now? I mean, if I came over there, is this guy in the complex?
Well, the only problem is, let me say this, we got a very tight building, and I know what you guys are going to say, but they don't like people checking out other people. And I say, well, look, how am I supposed to know anything? The guy's already told me.
How do you know, Bill, how do you know John May lives in your building?
Because he lives one floor above me, and his number is 212. Mine's 112.
Did you ever go knock on his door and say, "Hey, John, you cashed my check"?
Yeah, I did. And I told him in the lobby one day.
And what did he say?
He didn't want really to admit to anything. He just.
Is he a tough guy, a mealy mouse, an old guy, a young guy? What is he?
He's just kind of an older guy that kind of a slouchy type guy. Didn't want to really admit to anything. So I don't know anything about it.
Listen, this is serious, man. You got the guy right in your building. You have evidence of it, of a check made out to you signed by him. For God's sakes.
All I'm saying is, Tom, wouldn't the guy, when I asked him, I said, let's go up to the bank and clear this up now.
No, this is wrong. Listen, Bill, this sucks. The police said they can't do any. What police department did you go to?
Well, I think it's division. I think it was Area 2 or something. Anyway, I went to the right district.
Yeah, I can't believe if you have photographic evidence of him depositing your check, that's just screwy. It's not. Yeah. Oh, come on, man. Who's the district attorney now? Is this Denver DA handling this? We need to call the district attorney's office. Listen, I know what we're going to do. I want to give this to Deputy, you can give it to whoever you want. Deputy Doc, Deputy Marty, Deputy Dan, whoever.
We'll do Marty on this one.
Have him call the DA's office. They investigate check fraud. Come on.
This goes way back, like 5th of May, because they had to shut down the virus, but I did everything within the window. I never lapsed anything.
And I would do another thing. I would sue his ass in small claims court for $1,200. I swear to God I would. Or plus interest. I would really do that. I would go to court and sue him in small claims court. You have all the evidence you need. Now,
all they got is just the papers they sent back. There's not that many of them. Now,
wait a minute. Bill, if you show that a check was deposited at First Bank and this guy signed your check, would you tell me what the hell else do you need, brother? What else do you need? Let's get this going, and we'll report on this. We'll follow it up.
This is ridiculous. Instead, you have the Office Deep Dive podcast, hosted by.
So the same thing happens with Matt that happens with Kurt, is what you're saying. There's always a markup with a broker. There always is, right?
Oh, of course.
Okay. Do they call themselves? Do they call themselves?
Deep Dive on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I love talking about O'Brien Legal Services because so many people need a real estate attorney, but you never think about it. You know, you have a real estate broker and an agent, and you're thinking, well, they'll take care of everything. And a title company, they'll take care of everything. And that's just not the case. There are a team of skilled attorneys, real estate attorneys at O'Brien Legal Services, headed by Bradley O'Brien for both residential and commercial. For contract reviews, buying and selling docs, reviewing land docs, leases, complicated deals. Then what happens if there's a dispute like property lines, fence issues, easements, access, adverse possession? He can read surveys. Here's what you do. Have them review your documents and avoid trouble. It's only a few $100 compared to the many thousands you're spending on real estate. For any real estate issue, sudden or preventive, OLSlaw.com. That's OLSlaw.com. That stands for O'Brien Legal Services, 720-370-7388. Another person we talk about a lot is Kurt Rogers at Affordable Interest Mortgage, because mortgages right now are at all-time lows and people are refining and people are buying. I want you to know AImortgage.net is where you'll find more information on affordable interest mortgage. Locally owned and operated since 2001, trustworthy, and looks for the client's best interests. What I'd like to tell you is about their loans. Asset Manager, which is that line of credit we talked about, where you get credit for everything in your bank account, which counts against your average daily balance. You got to find out more about that loan. Plus, conventional loans or FHA and VA loans. Hey, can you believe the low rates? Well, guess what? You need more than that. You need good service, and you get it at Affordable Interest Mortgage. 720-895-0500. That's AImortgage.net.
He'll probably be calling you pretty soon. No, he's just he's one of our show helpers. We call him a deputy. He's just one of our people. Sure, Bill. Be back in touch.
Life-changing programs for kids through Boys and Girls Clubs of Metro Denver. But hurry, the league matters. Enter to win your dream house by Friday, March 12th and get an automatic entry to win a BMW X5 just for entering early. You must enter by March 12th to win the BMW X5. Go to MileHighRaffle.com for your chance to win. That's MileHighRaffle.com and enter by March 12th to get automatic entry to win the BMW X5. That's MileHighRaffle.com. Play today.
I struggled with symptoms like frequent gas and stomach pain for years.
I was bloated all the time with daily diarrhea.
At first, I thought it was what I was eating.
I kept thinking it was stomach issues.
So I did my research and talked to my doctor, who finally uncovered the truth.
It was actually EPI. Exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI, is a condition where your pancreas is unable to help break down your food.
It can lead to diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, unexplained weight loss, and oily stools.
EPI symptoms can be confused with other digestive conditions like irritable bowel syndrome, Crohn's, and celiac disease.
So getting to the right diagnosis can be more open to my doctor about the severity of my symptoms and how often it's happening.
But there's good news. EPI is manageable, so don't wait any longer. Use the symptom checker at identifyepi.com and schedule a visit or call with your doctor to ask, could I have EPI?
Sponsored by FD.
You know, our borders are basically open again. Do you know that?
Sponsored by.
What's that? Our borders are totally open.
Weather meteorologist Carly Cassidy. Mostly sunny skies for your Tuesday and temperatures staying nice and comfortable. Mid-60s for this afternoon. That northeast wind around 5 to 10.
Cash every slam dunk with Betfred Sports. Use promo code HOOPS20 to get a $20 free bet just in time for college.
Yeah, I think I might just do this.
Download the app today at betfredsports.com. Must be 21 years of age. Gambling problem?
What loan do you have a loan on it now that you have to pay off?
I mean, I pay it off right now. It don't matter.
So
I'll ask him what's better to do.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. Let's talk and see what we can do for you. All right, Jim, what's happening with you, Jim? Hello, Jim. Hi. What's going on?
Thanks for having me on.
I hope we can help you, Jim. What's going on?
Well, I had a little mishap the other day, and
What was the mishap?
I just want to see what you think about it. It was a road rage incident between me and another woman.
What happened?
And I ended up. Well, she tried to. She got mad at me. Tried to run me off the road. I followed her for a while and then decided to quit and go ahead and go back to work.
Wait, so what happened? What exactly happened? She ran you off the road. What were the
no.
Go ahead.
She tried to.
Like how? Tell me what you were doing. Where were you driving?
Well, I was in the south part of town.
Okay. What road? Where were you driving?
It was in the southern part of Colorado Springs.
Okay. What road? What street? What road? What's... was it just a side street?
No, it was a 4-laner.
Okay. And how did she try to drive? She said, the one time I want details, I'm not getting them. I normally just want the story, but right now you're driving down a 4-lane highway, and how does she try to run you off the road?
She got mad at me because I hung a Yui, and I was starting to get back on the road, and she didn't want to get over into the other lane to let me get back on.
You mean she was in...
me off.
Okay. So you could not merge onto the street?
Well, I was able to, but she...
Did you pull in front of her?
Out of the way enough to avoid me.
Did you pull in front of her and piss her off because she was coming up fast?
Yes, I think that's what...
Okay, I get it, man. I get it. I get it. So that pissed her off, and then what did she do? Did she pull alongside you?
Well, I got on the road and pulled up alongside of her, and we were flipping each other off.
Jeez. Okay.
Upset with each other, and then she tried to run me off the road.
She was on your left as you're driving?
Actually, I was in the faster lane. She was on my right.
Okay. So you're on the left. She's on the right. You're looking through the passenger window, flipping her the bird. She's looking out her driver's window, flipping you the bird. Then did she turn her car toward you?
Yes.
Really? And that made you swerve?
Right.
And then what did you do?
Well, I was able to stay on the road, turned just a short distance from there to go back to work.
Did you turn left or right? Did you turn left or right?
Left.
Okay, so you turned away from her, and then what did she do? Did she turn with you?
Yes.
Was she following you as if to, like, be pissed off? Okay, and was she following you, you think, to bother you?
Well, what I found out was she followed me a ways, and then I stopped.
Okay.
Then I started again. She followed me.
Now, when you stopped, what did she do when you stopped?
She stopped.
Did you pull over, or did you just slow down and stop in the road?
No, at this point, I just slowed down and stopped where I was.
And was she right behind you, or a couple cars behind you? I'm trying to get an accurate picture.
Cars back.
Okay, and what did the cars behind you do when you stopped?
There weren't any other cars.
You just said she were 2 or 3 cars behind you. Now, so she was behind you.
I meant distance-wise.
But she was the only car following you when you stopped.
Right.
And then she did not drive up on you, but she stopped, keeping that distance.
Well, I went a little further, and she followed me again, so I pulled out. By that time, we were sort of on a corner.
Right, and you did what?
And the road was wider.
Yeah.
So I pulled out and kind of crossways in traffic and stopped my car.
I don't know what that means, crossways in traffic. Did you block her?
No, not really.
Well, I'm not asking what not really. I'm asking when you say you pulled crossways, I'm picturing this. You're in front of her in a lane. Did you pull across as if to block her from going forward? You're just talking to me, Jim. I'm not a judge. I'm asking you what you really did so I can give you real help. Did you pull, like, did it look like you were trying to block the road? You pulled crossways. You didn't just pull off to the side. You pulled crossways. So in her mind, you were trying to block the street.
Okay.
What happened? What happened?
Just wait, man. I mean, if I don't get an accurate picture, I'm never going to be able to give accurate information. And even if it's damning information on you, Jim, even if you did something stupid, the only way you're going to get quality information from us and our attorneys is if you tell us the honest-to-God truth. So you were pissed off, and you went crossways in traffic. What did she do then?
I stopped in my own lane, but not pointing straight ahead.
You turned to the left or to the right?
I turned to the right a little bit and then back to the left.
Okay, so basically, it was like you had stopped, she had stopped. You kept going, she kept going. You said, the hell with this. You pulled diagonally because you wanted to stop. And when you pulled diagonally, what did she do?
She pulled up to maybe 20 feet away from me.
And what did she do then?
Then she rolled down her window.
Okay, now hold on, and I'm going to come back to this. Jim, we're going to get a defense attorney on because you may have a problem here.
East Denver's talk station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown at 2, 6:30, KHOW, Denver.
What a fucking moron. Just tell me who I have, man, since I did these two. Quickly, please.
Impact traffic. This report is sponsored by Galleria Lighting, Colorado's premier lighting.
From the Betfred Sports Traffic Center, travel around the Mile High City Freeway system in fantastic shape. I-25, I-70 easily up to speed through the heart of the city. A few minor blips here and there, but nothing to write home about. Off-highway, there's a crash at Highlands Ridge Parkway to watch out for. Best to avoid the area. Up the Mountain Drive, eastbound I-70, a bit sluggish through the Eisenhower Tunnel. It's down to one lane in that stretch as we're doing some road repairs along that. So
I type all these out before the show and keep them on a notepad here just to cut and paste, but I lose so much interest that I forget to do it in my opponent.
6:30 KHOW.
Galleria Lighting is Colorado's premier lighting showroom. Filled with the latest lighting for brands like Hinkley Lighting. Sign up MSRP.
That's not endearing.
Going on this weekend. Visit GalleriaLighting.net. That's GalleriaLighting.net.
Do you have pain? You don't have to live with pain. Now listen, I don't want you to poo-hoo this message and say, yeah, right. I am telling you, I lived a life of pain. You don't have to do it. Thank God for Colorado Pain Care, a group of local doctors, and all they do is treat pain, no matter where it comes from. They can work with you directly or with your healthcare provider, but call them 303-GOT-PAIN. That's the message. All insurance taken. They have innovative, evidence-based treatments, including world-class physical therapy. 303-GOT-PAIN, ColoradoPainCare.com. Something else I don't want you to put off is estate planning. Now, you need at least a will, and it can be very simple and very inexpensive. You may need a trust, a power of attorney. That's where you tell people what you want done with a power of attorney, and they have the power to do it, like medical directives. You can do a beneficiary's deed, possibly a payable on death certificate. That's for your bank accounts. Here's the great thing about all of this. You don't know what you need. And you can find out free by talking to Blake Harris. Once you find out what you need, he'll execute it. And that's where he charges you. Flat rates for what he does. It's never been simpler to do estate planning. 833-ASK-BLAKE. Cost-effective, knowledgeable, and convenient along the whole Front Range. He can arrange appointments by phone, Zoom, by email, whatever you want. 833-ASK-BLAKE. And when you walk in a home, I know you're going to notice floor coverings, for goodness sakes. That's the first thing that you see. So what do you do about it? If you're looking to sell your home, you may want to redo your floors, or you may have just purchased a place, or you just want to spruce up the joint. Whatever it is, I have the place where you can get all popular floor coverings on the market and get them cheaper. Sometimes 20, 30, and 40% off, plus better installers and better warranties. SimplyFloorsInc.com. It's that simple. I trust them. I know them. Make your own appointment. SimplyFloorsInc.com.
Savings may vary, subject to terms and conditions, not available in all areas. If you run a small business, you know that dealing with workers' comp insurance can be tedious and costly. But High Insurance is changing that, and founder John Swigert is here with me to tell us how. At High, we saw that small businesses needed a better way to handle their workers' comp coverage. We built High Insurance from the ground up for them. We made getting workers' comp a no-brainer with simple online shopping. Best of all, we're helping them save up to 30%. And the reviews...
Give me an example of where you would use
High Insurance is rated excellent on Trustpilot by our customers. They tell us we're fast.
Second house.
Thanks, John. Bottom line here is that if you run a small business, you can say goodbye to expensive, complicated workers' comp and discover the next generation of small
You didn't do
business
Rocky
insurance.
Mountain IV medics,
I can save you up to 30%. Ask your
You said please correct contact.
Yeah, just send it back to me. That's what I put in, and it bounced back.
You didn't put in IV medics. You put in Rocky Mountain medics.
I understand. Just send it back to me what it's supposed to be.
Okay.
I get it. I see what you're saying now.
But since I don't even remember fucking giving it to you, I might have given it to you this way because I'm a little, I got COVID brain right now from the shot.
And it's risky to be indoors.
I don't know.
No matter
See, this is...
And of course, avoid crowds. Also, wear a mask.
I gotta go with you. I don't have a fucking balance on this fucking card.
And the folks around them.
Motherfuckers.
Carry the virus.
Oh, I'm so pissed.
Using soap and water.
There's fraud, rampant fraud on your fucking credit cards. Rampant on all of them. I mean,
Wear a mask and wash your hands. Simple, effective, along with vaccines. They're how you can make a big.
These people are just simply not reporting it right. I never use this card. Like, ever. I don't even know why I keep it. I think it's something to do with Frontier Airlines.
This is Brent Ivinson with Ideal Home Loans. And if one of your goals in 2021 is to move into a different home because of the time you spent in your home during 2020,
Oh, it does have a balance. What is this for?
Here's the great news. Thanks to record
The fuck's this for,
your
goddammit?
buying power is stronger than
Gift
ever.
cards
Ideal
premium.
Home Loans can walk you through the whole process and make it fast
What
and
the
simple
fuck?
and easy. Talk to one of our salary-based lending specialists today.
Yep, this is some bullshit.
7,000. Be sure to ask about our 3-week closing guarantee, where we will underwrite and approve your loan ahead
Well,
of time.
I'm gonna have to call on this motherfucker.
Market and make an offer that's like making an offer with cash. Gone are the days of getting caught up in the bidding war.
Gift cards premium.
If you need help with a real estate agent, we can refer you to one that we trust and can walk you through the whole process. Call today at 303-867-7000, or you can apply on idealhomeloans.com.
What the fuck is that?
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Yep. How about
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter.
303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Welcome to the show. And let's talk about your life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Call me right now with problems, questions, and complaints. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Rebecca, we're going to come to you after Jim, but Jim's got a serious problem. And again, Jim tells stories like many people do. They don't really, they might be ashamed. They might be pissed off that it happened, and now they're facing charges. And a lot of times when they give their side of the story, it's not always exactly the way it happened, but it's the best of their ability. The bottom line is that Jim said he pulled out. Here's what it sounds like to me, hearing only one side of the story. And Jim, it doesn't matter if my perception is correct or not. What matters is it is a perception that I got, which is very important because a judge and anyone else will get it. And we need to know how to attack your charges. Jim says he pulled out in traffic, was trying to merge. The way I look at it, this woman was being a jerk and wouldn't let him merge. And listen, I've done this before, okay, where I say, the hell with it, and I just speed up and merge anyway because it's like they're being mean. I mean, why the hell can't you wait 1 second and let me merge, okay? So I've done it. So that pissed off the woman because he pulled out in front of her. Let's face it. She pulls... then he pulls into the fast lane. She pulls alongside him, and they're giving each other the bird. Okay? Okay. Now they're pissed. She tries to run him off the road or makes a motion like she's going to do it. He speeds up in front of her. She's following him and turns off where he turns. Now, he slows down and comes to a stop. She comes to a stop about 20 feet behind him. Okay, he keeps going. Then he says, I'll show her. He pulls, and instead of just stopping, he slants his car as if to block the street. Then she pulls up closer and opens her window. What happens at that point, Jim?
Okay, at that point, she looks at me and says, you got something you want to say to me?
By the way, don't say any bad words. I'd have to nix it. So, yeah, do it without saying the expletives. Go if she did say them. Go ahead.
Okay. You got something you want to say to me?
Yeah,
so
and then what?
I resisted the urge to laugh, and I walked over to her car.
Oh, God, that's a bad thing. Walking over to her car. No, it's, oh, God. I mean, she could have had a gun, for God's sakes. Okay, what happened then?
Yeah. I said, what is wrong with you? Why did you try to run me off the road back there? And so she was yelling at me, and I was yelling at her.
Okay.
This went on for maybe a minute or two.
Did you call her any names?
No.
And did she call you any names?
I don't think so.
All right, so what happened then?
I got madder.
And?
As she got madder.
And
I decided to give up on it. And before I did, she says I slapped her.
Oh, my God. Let me ask you something, though. Hold on. This is serious now, Jim. Was her window was open, and you were at that window, right? You were at that. How far away from the door were you?
A foot.
Did you extend your hand to open the door ever?
No.
And did you extend your hand ever?
I leaned on the door because the window was down. I leaned on the door with both hands.
That's pretty ballsy. Okay, so you're leaning into her car, and then she said you slapped her in the face?
Yes.
And then what?
Well, the truth is, I was mad, but I didn't mean to slap her like hurt her. Okay.
Ouch! So you did slap her.
I'm a big guy.
No, but hold on.
Girl.
No, I understand, but man, I mean, touching her at all, Jim. Jim, I'm happy you're being honest because we will get you the right. We'll get you the right stuff here. But okay, so when you were leaning, was your left hand on it or your right hand on her door jamb or on her window jamb? Your left hand or your right hand?
Both.
Then which one did you lift to make contact with her, your left or your right?
Right.
And when you did that, you said you didn't want to hurt her. What were you planning to do? What did that hand exactly do? Did it make contact with her head? Like, when my kids, for example, my kid, we're fooling around, he's being silly, I'll push his head. In other words, it's not a slap, but a push. I don't know if you ever seen people doing that, but and it's more or less. Now, I'm not saying that's acceptable.
What's the relevance?
But
that's your kid. This is a complete stranger.
Mark,
this guy's whacking.
Mark, I'm not making a comparison. I am trying to get a description, and I'm giving a like circumstance so I can get a description. I'm not even going there that it's the same as a kid. So when I push his head, that motion, is that what you did, or did you do a slap?
No, I did not slap. I did exactly what you said.
That's assault. That's assault. In fact, it's battery. I mean, assault can be the words alone. So that's bad.
Did the cop show up? What happened?
So after you did that, what did you do?
Well, as I alluded to earlier, I was working right in the same area.
So what did you do?
A block away.
What did you do?
Well, there's something else that happened before I left.
Tell me what happened.
When she first pulled over to stop, I figured that was probably where she lived. I decided, this is stupid, just leave and go back to work.
But you didn't.
So I did.
Oh, you did after
but
you...
Then she followed me.
After you gave her the head shove, she followed you.
No, I'm sorry. This was before that.
Okay, listen. Okay, so before that, then what?
Uh-huh. I was going to go back to work and leave it all alone.
I get it.
But
it doesn't matter. It does. I get it. But you said all of that. But so what happened that we didn't hear? We heard all of that. That you stopped, she stopped. You pulled diagonally, she pulled up, opened the window. You walked over, leaned on the car. You guys had words. You shoved her head. Okay, what did we not hear?
At that moment, I saw a man walking toward the car.
When you shoved
at me.
When you shoved her head?
Yes.
Because he saw a man yelling at a woman. And I know in this world, we're all supposed to be equal, but for some reason, when we see a man yelling at a woman, we know, and I don't mean for some reason, for good reason, it doesn't look good. So a man starts heading toward the car. Okay, but what happened then?
I left the woman and began to talk with the man who was walking up to the car, who turned out to be her husband.
Oh, my God.
She must have called him, Tom. She must have called.
Hold on. We need to find this out.
Tell your smart device to play 630 KHOW on iHeartRadio. Then you can hear Russ Kaminsky in the morning, Dan Kaplis in the afternoon.
Getting 630 KHOW from iHeartRadio.
Denver's talk station, available on over 2,000 devices. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by American Financing.
From the Betfred Sports Traffic Center, travel around the Mile High City Freeway system in great shape right now.
Mark, I was not saying, oh, I play with my kid like that all the time. That's okay for you to do that. I wasn't saying that. I was trying to get a description of what he was doing by using a parallel circumstance. This fucking guy is nuts. I mean, this guy is nuts, no matter how you look at it. I mean, you can't do that to people. My God. Or even this. You know this? That's not, I mean, you know, oh my God, anything like that.
High near 66, right now it's mostly cloudy and 61.
God, that baby's so cute. Have you been watching the interviews? You know what I'm talking about, though. Oh my God, no, I find them fascinating.
American Financing.
I attempted to watch it.
AmericanFinancing.net.
I almost fell asleep the first 20 minutes.
Let's talk about home improvements from two companies I know and love, like K&H Home Solutions. I've literally known this company for the entire time I've been in Colorado, 40 years. They've been around 65 years or 64 years. I knew the original owner, Henry Seligman, and then, of course, Ted, who took over about 30-some-odd years ago. And rarely do I get a chance to talk about how great this company is with reduced pricing, but 35% off their fabulous energy-efficient windows that they stand behind. Plus energy-efficient, beautiful, Everlast siding. Oh my goodness, it's indestructible practically, and beautiful entry doors. All 35% off, including installation. That's K&H Home Solutions. The website to make an appointment is khwindows.com, taken from their original name, khwindows.com. And if you want to call K&H Home Solutions for more information, it's 303-421-7100. And the second company I want to talk about are the ones that do your countertops, the Art of Granite. Beautiful granite or marble or stone or quartz or any solid surface countertop. And it is done at great prices, wholesale. You pay for materials, tear out and haul away's free, and the bathroom's free. All you need to do is get a price, even on the phone. TheArtofGranite.com, 303-386-5919. 888 Heating, Mark.
888heating.com. These are the guys that give you all the choice. If your furnace breaks and you want to get it fixed, they'll give you a price to fix it. If you want a new furnace, guess what? They've got the best prices out there. They will beat any of their competition, apples to apples, on a new furnace, air conditioner, or water heater. But what I really love are those choices. They're not going to try to twist your arm into buying a new furnace just because yours is 10 years old. Check them out. Call them, 888-HEATING.com, 888-HEATING.com.
Colorado Mighty Millions raffle VIP deadline is midnight on Friday. You could win a new BMW X7 and a VIP Vail vacation or take $80,000 in cash. Do what I did and buy your tickets at MightyMillionsRaffle.com. All the benefits of IVs at your door. Rocky Mountain IV Medics, hydration, immunosupport, migraines, general wellness. Call or text 720-987-2155. Rocky Mountain IV Medics, 720.
Oh, come on, mofo.
If you're in love, sit, shop, and say yes at Williams Jewelers Bridal Fest with our special guest to Corey, March 11th, 12th, and 13th. I'm Shane.
And I'm Steve Williams. Come enjoy local craft beers, the latest from Takori, and the best bottom prices of the season.
Shop over 500 of the latest Takori engagement rings and wedding band styles fresh from California.
Now, see, this is some bullshit, too.
Quarter carat diamonds from just $25.95.
Gorgeous 1 carat from just $49.95.
And 2 carat diamonds from an amazing $99.95. Guys, qualified buyers can get a 1 carat diamond for as little as $100 a month.
But we don't stop there. Save up to $700 more with a Williams gift voucher when you buy Takori.
So join us for Williams Jewelers Bridal Fest with special guest Takori.
It's this Thursday, Friday, and Saturday at Williams Jewelers of Englewood.
Your official Takori store.
We're Colorado shopping.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of
Call the Florida on Broadway. I'm Dr. Andrea Russo, a cardiologist. Maybe you're waiting to talk to your doctor right now, but if you're having an irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, don't wait. This could be a serious condition like atrial fibrillation, which can make you about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you're having these symptoms, don't wait. Talk to a doctor by phone, online, or in person.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
I absolutely love my box, but the constant shedding, not so much. But then I got a Swiffer Super Pet Kit, and it is amazing. These super thick cloths pick up a crazy amount of hair. Just look at all that. And that was from just one swipe. And the best part? Sweepers are so much easier to maneuver than a broom or a vacuum, easily getting around chairs and under the couch. You're right. Now I can focus on you, not your shedding. Swiffer Super Pet Kit, because shed happens.
Electrical mysteries be gone. Just $21. Plumbers, whole house electrical inspection. Serving the front range more than 25 years. If that outlet, complete panel upgrades, they can do it all. Don't wait for major problems. Call now. Just $21 for a complete electrical inspection. Founded on faith and leadership. A company you can trust. I do in my home. Schedule online. PlumlineServices.com. Service at home. Service at home. Boulder to Castle Rock. PlumlineServices.com.
Denver's 630 KHAL.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. This hour brought to you by RealCBDThatWorks.com, RealCBDThatWorks.com, Panacea Life Sciences. If you put Tom in the promo code, you'll get 30% off, RealCBDThatWorks.com. It's good for pain. It's good for inflammation and anxiety. Perhaps maybe Jim could have used that. Jim, here's the bottom line. Now, this is getting interesting. I'm sorry, and I will take all of your other calls, but here's what happened to Jim. He basically merged, cut somebody off, got in front of him. I mean, that's the way it's going to be perceived. She pulled out, and she was pissed off when he got in the fast lane. She pulled alongside him. They were giving each other the bird. Then he turned, she turned. He thought, okay, you following me? What do you have to say? He slows down to stop. She stops about 20 feet behind. Then they keep going. He says she's still following. So now he stops and he pulls diagonally as if to block the road. She stops, creeps up toward him, puts down her window and says, you have something to say to me? He gets out of his car, walks over, leans on her car with the window open, and they start exchanging words. Then he says he shoved her head a bit. Somewhere in all of this, some guy starts walking toward the car. Apparently she lives in the area, and it's the husband. What happened then, Jim? When you went over, did you have words with the husband?
Yes.
Okay. Did he try to hit you back?
No.
Okay. You know, did he know that you shoved her head? Did he see it?
Yes, I think so.
My God, I'm surprised. Honest to goodness, I am surprised that man didn't try to kick the hell out of you for that. And I'm not saying that would be right either. I'm not saying, listen, none of this was right. She wasn't right. You weren't right. But anyway, he didn't attempt to touch you. You didn't touch him. Then what happened after that discussion you guys had?
He threatened to beat the crap out of me.
Well, which he should, which I expect, I should have said. I expect. Then what?
Right. I said, go ahead.
Oh, boy.
We can fight if you want to.
Okay, then what?
But neither of us did.
Okay, good. That is really good. Then what?
He said, both of them were yelling at me, get out of here.
How old are these people about, if you had to put an age on them? I'm just trying to get a visual here.
I would guess 25 to 30.
Okay, and how old are you?
70.
My God, that's why he didn't beat you up. Okay, he's looking at a 70-year-old think, that it's too bad this happened. So you got in your car and left, right?
Yes.
Then he probably went over to her, they talked about it, and says, you know what, let's call the cops. That's what happened, right?
I imagine.
Then the cops showed up, based on their word, you get a ticket for assault. Is that right?
Yes.
And is it assault misdemeanor? It's not a felony, is it?
No, it's assault 3, which he said is a misdemeanor 1.
And that's because no injuries. And then what else? And don't forget, she might come back with a civil suit against you. Just don't ever put that past him. If they think you have money or something, I'm telling you, she could say her neck is jarred. She's going to be, this could turn into something big, Jim. So what happened then?
I went back to work, which was only a block away.
And then what happened?
A cop called me about 2 hours later.
And charged you.
And told me he wanted to come talk to me.
All right, but let's get to the part. You were charged with how many? Just one assault?
Yes.
Okay. And now we can handle that. Hold on. I'm going to get you some legal advice. I'm Tom Martino. You heard that story. It got way out of hand. At least he's telling the truth. And it's difficult to do when you're upset like that. More coming up, plus all of your calls.
Yeah, just make sure I'll get to their calls, then go back to him, okay? I'll take them first. Mark, what do you think?
I think
this crazy motherfucker.
I think if he got Lazera and he hasn't been in trouble before, it should go away in a year. That's what I think. But the chances of him not having an anger problem and this not happening before are pretty slim. I don't think you just wake up one day and
putting money in your savings account and paying your house off more quickly all at the same time. Ideal Home Loans can help, and you don't have to start over on a new loan when you refinance. Call us today, 303-867-7000. That's 867-7000. Or as always, you can apply online at idealhomeloans.com. Equal opportunity lender regulated by DORA, NLS 136756. For terms and conditions, call 844-45-IDEAL.
This is Denver's talk station with
Martino
now. Dan Callis, 630 KHOW.
It's fucking perfect, actually. Yours, fucking perfect. The only thing I can't make perfect, Mark, is I don't have any accounts over 10 years.
Why do mine? I do.
We looked up your date. It was coming up.
But is that the only thing fucking you right now?
Look, yeah, man, mine jumped 100 fucking points.
Okay. 100. I have to tell you, Mark, I have such wonderful, I don't have any past dues. Mine goes up and down based on stupid things like percentage of credit use.
Yeah, mine does, of course, yeah.
Those who've recovered from COVID are also recommended to get the vaccine. So we really have to treat someone who's recovered from COVID as an unvaccinated person in the CDC guidelines.
The CDC still not recommending any travel. On day 2 of the trial of Derek Chauvin, charged in the death of George Floyd, the Minnesota Supreme Court ruling that a state appeals court has until 6 p.m. today The rule on whether third-degree murder charges can be reinstated against the former Minneapolis police officer. Waiting on that decision has held up jury selection, which has resumed. A growing crisis. The number of migrant children detained along the southern border has tripled in the last 2 weeks. This is ABC News.
Mark, that line is good for fix and flip, too.
From the Civil War era are now partly revealed. Questions about who would own it still remain.
FBI agents were digging in the woods of Dents Run in western Pennsylvania 3 years ago, according to government emails and recently released documents. Legend says in 1863, a shipment of Union gold was lost or stolen on its way to the U.S. Mint in Philadelphia. Dennis and Ken Parada, owners of the treasure hunting outfit Finders Keepers, called the FBI saying their electronic devices detected buried metal. They were not allowed to watch the FBI's dig, which the department says came up empty. The Parada's lawyers seeking more documents. Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
Former First Lady Michelle Obama and soccer star Mia Hamm among those who will be inducted into the National Women's Hall of Fame. Also in the class of 2021, Native American artist Joey Harjo and NASA mathematician Katherine Johnson. The induction ceremony is set for October 2nd. Marcus Moore, ABC News.
Dell's semi-annual sale is the perfect opportunity for a significant business upgrade. Save up to 45% on Dell computers built for business and powered by Intel Core processors. Plus, enjoy special pricing on Dell docks, monitors, servers, and more. All with easy financing options through Dell Financial Services. Speak to a Dell Technologies advisor today to find the right tech for your business with fast, free shipping. Call 877-ASK-DELL. Again, that's 877-ASK-DELL.
Yes.
Microban 24 protects against Staphylococcus aureus and Enterobacter aerogenes bacteria, but does not provide 24-hour protection against viruses.
41572.
Every time you touch a surface, you leave behind bacteria. To keep surfaces sanitized all day, use Microban.
Yes.
Yeah.
In my car, and I'm starting to feel like you now.
You don't know what it is?
Doing some road work on eastbound I-70 through the Eisenhower Tunnel. It's down to one lane in that stretch as road work continues, so just keep that in mind.
You know what I hate is when they say, "Well, fuck, it's legit." They should just take it off and let the merchant try to collect.
Off-highway, Freshman Good, Parkway, far into a building, 13th Road, and avoid the area if you can. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, mostly sunny today with a high of 66. Right now it's mostly cloudy and 61. Your impact traffic and weather, I'm Pete Wagner, 630 K-How.
Get a $5 rebate by trading up any non-contact thermometer toward an Exergen purchased at any retailer. Accuracy matters, especially when it comes to checking for fever. Exergen's accuracy is backed by published peer-reviewed clinical studies. Details at Exergen.com.
John Fuller was scheduled, so I have him in queue.
Okay.
Custom loans, you actually get the full home buying experience because they partner with some of the top realtors in Colorado, so you can feel confident you're buying the right property at an affordable price with the best possible loan program. At American Financing, they are really in for you. They're your one-stop shop when it comes to home buying. Open 7 days a week, including evening hours, so don't put off that dream home any longer. Move up to something bigger or buy a vacation home by calling 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000 or online at AmericanFinancing.net.
Tell your smart device to play 630 KHOW on iHeartRadio. Then you can hear Russ Kaminsky in the morning, Dan Kaplis in the afternoon.
Getting 630 KHOW from iHeartRadio.
Denver's talk station. Available on over 2,000
devices. This is the Troubleshooter Show.
Help! I need somebody.
Now, Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. This hour brought to you by RealCBDThatWorks.com. Don't forget, put Tom in the promo code, and you get 30% off. RealCBDThatWorks.com. They also have CBG products as well. RealCBDThatWorks.com. Okay, so we're talking about this incident where he needs help here. And it's amazing because you could end up with a civil suit. Now, John Fuller is with us this hour or two or whatever, and he's here to help us with perspectives on personal injury. But I wanted to ask him another question as well, and then we'll get to some of the other questions I've saved for him from email. John, we're talking about a case here, John, where, again, this is not exactly personal injury, but I know that you'll have an opinion on this because of the kind of work you do. It was road rage, and let's just say that people had words. And the guy admits he leaned over into the car when they stopped to talk or to argue. He leans over the car and, upon leaving the conversation, shoves the woman's head. She says he slapped her. He said he kind of just shoved her head, whatever. And he walks away. The husband confronts him because the husband, I guess, was called or something, and they lived in the area. The husband was not in the car, but he walks up behind, and they have an argument. Then the two people in their 30s or 20s, late 30s, they tell this guy, 7 years old, get your car, leave, get out of here. Then they call the police, and he's charged with assault. And again, I mean, it sounds like textbook assault to me, whether or not, people agree or what happened. But I want to know this. That woman could very well say, hey, my neck now, my head, I'm having migraines or this or that, in a civil suit. Isn't that correct?
Absolutely.
And that could be dangerous. Have you ever had people sue civilly for injuries? I don't mean civilly like you do for a personal injury, but more like an assault.
Yes.
Really? And
yep, you bet.
Go ahead.
So, yes, I mean, absolutely. So in a vacuum, Tom, an assault is no different than, well, no, it is different. The premise of a tort case is that you were injured due to somebody else's actions, right?
Right.
Whether they were intentional or not. So there's certainly a civil component of assault that could come into play if you got beat up in a bar fight or in a road rage incident. I mean, you could absolutely be subject to a civil suit going after damages. Now, the challenge is that from the perspective of somebody like myself that's a lawyer hoping to get paid on a case is you have to very carefully consider the likelihood of being able to enforce a judgment. So the important thing to remember is that assault is an intentional act. It's very difficult to negligently assault somebody. You kind of are missing one of the predicate elements. So intentional acts are not covered by insurance. And so you need to make sure that the person that you're going after actually has the ability to pay off a judgment or, has assets available to satisfy a judgment or, you're just literally wasting your time because you'll get a judgment, but it won't be very collectible.
Okay, that's well put. And in an assault, would there be more than just physical damage, injury? Could they say, call a pain and suffering? I'm afraid now because I'm afraid of men now and stuff like that?
Yeah, absolutely. Psychological injuries, of course. Emotional distress, trauma, stuff needing counseling. I mean, you can think of the million different things. I mean, think about
a sexual assault. Somebody could be sued civilly for that, even if it wasn't criminally prosecuted or even prosecuted successfully. They could still be subject to a civil suit.
Like those women Cuomo went after?
Well, I don't know.
Exactly.
I mean, they all sue civilly most of the time. Now, John Fuller is a personal injury attorney, but I wanted him to weigh in on this one. His number when he's not here is 303-597-4500. And I want to get back to him really quickly and then see if we can get him some help from some advice from Joe Lazzara, who's a criminal defense attorney. So, Jim, basically you merge onto a highway. She perceived you cut her off. She pulled alongside you when you were in the fast lane. You two had words down the road, giving each other the bird. You pull off. She follows you when you turned left. And then you perceive she was following you to harass you. So you slow down and stop. She stops 20 feet behind. You keep going, and then she's still following you. So you now pull diagonally, she was thinking maybe you're blocking the road. And then she pulls up close to you, pulls down the window and says, "You have something to say to me." You get out, you go over, you lean next to the car. You guys have words. You shove her head. You say it wasn't hard, but you shoved her head. You did make contact. You were honest about that. And you're leaving the car. The husband saw this and says, "Listen, I ought to beat the crap out of you. You guys have words." Nobody touched each other as far as the men. You get in your car and leave. They call the police, and you're charged with assault. Now, I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I guess if this was me and I truly did exactly what you said, I would try to probably make it go away as quickly as possible, because that doesn't sound good, what happened. And, Jim, here's the deal.
Have you been in trouble before, Jim?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask.
I've never been in a courtroom except to be a juror.
I think, honestly, if you hired someone like Lazzara, it's not going to cost you that much. He does flat rate pricing. He can probably, and he's going to be better to tell you this, and I don't know if he would over the air, but maybe you would get a deferred sentence, so in 1 year, everything disappears.
Yeah, deferred sentence. Now, I want to ask something, Jim. What did you, now that we hear this whole story, what was your question?
I just wanted advice on what to do.
Okay, you need to call Joe Lazzara. Really, you do. You need to consult right now with a criminal defense attorney and try to make this as minimally damaging as possible. You may even want to submit to anger classes and stuff like that to show the court you're being proactive. But that is right. What, and that's probably what he'll tell you too. Now, Rebecca, what's happening? Rebecca, what's going on?
Well, I live in Penrose, Colorado. I'm 70 years old. I'm disabled. I was in a terrible car accident and I had to have surgery. I have a plate and 19 screws in my foot.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm very, it's 2 years in walkers, 2 years of surgeries and things. I have a $300,000 property. I have 5 acres, and I started being harassed by planning and zoning. Fred Gifford started coming on my property and marking everything that he wanted. I'd come home to his cigarette butts. He never did it when I was home. I knew that it was him.
Wait. Him? Who's him?
Fred Gifford of Planning and Zoning.
No, wait. You say he marks things that he wants?
Right, yeah. And
what does that mean? He's stealing your property?
He did steal my property. They came on my property with bulldozers, and they bulldozed all my water system.
Rebecca, listen, I want to explain something. This is really important that you hear me, because I know what you're saying, and I'm looking at this court stuff, okay? Planning and zoning has a right to come on private property and clean it up if they deem it to be a hazard to health and safety. Okay, now listen, you're going to disagree with what they call a hazard to health and safety. Now, obviously, they're not allowed to target a property because there's stuff on there they personally want and take for themselves. Now, if you're saying that happened, we need some real evidence of that. But according to these court documents, you had a property that was dangerous and had junk and debris and temporary structures and needed to be cleaned up. and they got a court order to do it. Now, I'm just saying this to lay it out for you, and then of course you can respond. But there's something else you need to know. You cannot use your health as an excuse. It doesn't matter if you were bedridden, if you were in an iron lung, it would not matter. You still have a responsibility to keep your property clean and safe. Okay? Now I understand and I believe you about your disabilities, but you led with that. And I want you to know it's not a factor. Okay? They don't say, oh, poor Rebecca is having problems. Let's not enforce this law. They're going to enforce the law, and your excuses do not matter, okay? That's what I want to... the reason I'm saying that is because we don't have to use that because it's not going to do you any good. The question is, was your property dangerous or not?
No.
Okay,
no.
Of course you're going to say it. Of course you are. Why did the court see it differently?
Because they saw solar panels. They saw all my water tanks. They took 5 saddles. They took all my solar panels. They crushed my water system. They stole all of my firewood. They stole all of my hay. They stole
now, when
all
you
my
stole
water
it,
tanks.
where did the firewood? Are you saying they took it home and used it?
They said they put it in dumpsters and they put it in the dump.
Okay.
It was their firewood is not trash.
Rebecca,
it's not debris. I got the legal definition of both.
But Rebecca, it's what this judge thought it was because the judge. Are you saying that everyone involved here was a conspiracy against you?
I think so.
I don't think so. I don't. But I'm going to look into it.
There is another case, Lola Kennedy, who ended up dead. It was the same age, was out in the country, had steel chairs, and she ended up dead. And she told me planning and zoning was harassing her. And I kept saying, go to the sheriff's office.
Harassing.
She ended up dead.
Okay, Rebecca, harassing is different than enforcing the law, okay? I'm not saying that you're not telling the truth from your perspective. We need to look into this. Because when somebody calls and says, these people are stealing it for their personal use.
Firewood.
No, but she's saying other things. For their personal use. Then I want to know who has the stuff on their property. Okay? Hire a private detective to find it. You're telling me they stole the stuff for their personal use. And in addition to that, your property was not junky. I'll bet that they have photos before they cleaned it up. And then you're also saying that everyone conspired to get this stuff. It was so valuable to them. You're not going to have a judge write an order like this in order to help a guy get your firewood, okay? Rebecca, I'm sorry. I don't want you to dislike me and say he didn't help me at all. He doesn't want to help me. It's not true. We will look into this, okay? I want Deputy Doc to look into getting the photos that the county probably took or somebody just to look into this. But the time to fight this was before this order was entered. That's the problem.
This is Dr.
So we have K&H and Art granted again? If not, please just tell me so I can load them.
Okay. Well, I wish you the best of luck with this issue.
I'm sorry I suck.
All right. Best to you, Jim. Bye.
We don't have to do going to give out his number several times, so I'll put another 30 in. Okay, I put another 30 in here, so I can.
I don't care if you want to, but they don't like you moving spots, so I can fill it.
Yeah, just,
Don't wait. This could be a serious.
Yeah, I think that's easier. Man, I wish I could beat the crap out of the people that run me.
To have a stroke.
I you own the 4 hours. You do what you want, but I'm an idiot.
No, listen, I don't own, but I own certain inventory, so I can throw something in. Become the Banker is an investment opportunity with guaranteed results. You can say that because it's true. It's a guaranteed 4% return when you overfund a life insurance policy plus tax-free growth, and there is a way to get tax-free retirement from it. You can also use it through your life for a fund that you use, hence the name Become the Banker. I know somebody who actually financed a car that way and then paid themselves back. BecomeTheBanker.org to find out more information. And another financial product they have is called the Guaranteed Retirement Pension. It's a low-cost annuity that gives you guaranteed return for a certain amount of money you may turn over or fund. If you have money and want to convert it to income, BecomeTheBanker.org. Two different products, Become the Banker Life Insurance and also the Guaranteed Retirement Pension. Find out more and make your own appointment, 303-779-6600 or BecomeTheBanker.org. All right, you've heard me talk about the Harris Law Firm for family law, HarrisFamilyLaw.com. Why do I mention them? Because they will give you what's called an early neutral assessment on divorce. If you're even thinking about a divorce, you should go to them and find out what it entails and exactly what it looks like. They want to give you the guidance and wisdom and strength and peace of mind. The early neutral assessment, or of course, any need you have with divorce, separation, and child care. HarrisFamilyLaw.com, 303-622-3716. So many people have been fixing up their kitchens. You know, quartz is really hot, and the Art of Granite does quartz. They'll do any solid surface, any stone. They're direct stone importers. The thing about quartz, it's beautiful, it's uniformed, and it's done by them. And with quartz and anything you buy, you get wholesale at the Art of Granite. They only charge for the fabrication and installation. Tear-out and haul-away's free, and the bathroom's free. Call them, get your price, 303-386-5919. 303-386-5919, theartofgranite.com.
To buy a furnace, consider this. Plumline is offering a free carrier furnace with your purchase of a qualifying AC. Turn to the experts you trust, Carrier and Plumline. Honesty and ethics have been their hallmarks for more than 20 years. The best deal of the year from Plumline. A free furnace with your AC. Financing available. Service at home. Servants at heart. Boulder to Castle Rock. Schedule online. PlumlineServices.com. Individual rates, coverage offerings, and savings may vary. Subject to terms and conditions not available in all areas. If you run a small business, you know that dealing with workers' comp insurance can be tedious and costly. But Pi Insurance is changing that, and founder John Swigert is here with me to tell us how. At Pi, we saw that small businesses needed a better way to handle their workers' comp coverage. We built Pi Insurance from the ground up for them. We made getting workers' comp a no-brainer with simple online shopping. Best of all, we're helping them save up to 30%. And the reviews say it all. That's right. Pi Insurance is rated excellent on Trustpilot by our customers. They tell us we're fast, affordable, and easy to work with. Thanks, John. Bottom line here is that if you run a small business, you can say goodbye to expensive, complicated workers' comp and discover the next generation of small business insurance. Why not see if Pi can save you up to 30%? Ask your agent for Pi, or check your rate today at trypi.com. That's TRYPIE.com.
This is Dan Kaplis. People often ask what the secret is to the many large jury verdicts and settlements that we've been fortunate to win. I tell them that our tactic is the truth. Our clients are very good people who've been seriously injured because of someone else's recklessness, and we do whatever it takes to make sure that their true story is told and proven. And because our cause is true, the compensation is large. Call me at 303-907-5003 or hit DanKaplisLaw.com. That's DanKaplisLaw.com.
Hi, this is Joe Cordell with the law firm Cordell & Cordell. Divorce can be complicated, especially if children are involved. If you're a father and want to protect your role in your children's lives, remember Cordell & Cordell. We've helped men with matters like these for
spring break, look.
And we'd love to help you. Contact Cordell & Cordell.
Yeah, Douglas County is asking to be completely open right now.
Colorado area.
CDC saying no. Biden's saying no. They still want to keep it shut.
Village, Colorado, 80111.
Yep.
Keep them dumb, keep them stupid. Not locked down.
Sponsored by Exergen. Accuracy matters. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint.
I'm telling you, the power mongers will not want to give up control if they don't.
Staying nice and comfortable.
This is unprecedented, what they're feeling right now in power from this pandemic. It's unprecedented.
By trading up any non-contact thermometer toward an Exergen purchased at any retailer.
I told you we're not going back.
Temporal scanners are the only home forehead thermometers.
You say we are?
Accurate by peer-reviewed published studies. Details that
I think a lot of
Exergen.com where
precedents will be
accuracy
set
matters.
I think there's so many lawsuits you have radio station.
All right, I'm Tom Martino, looking at a court order here where Fremont County went into Rebecca's property and cleaned it up. She's really pissed.
Hoarder.
It's a court order, and they said the property was unsafe. They took away junk, debris, temporary structures, tanks, and all of that. She is very upset. Rebecca, really and truly, almost every single person who has this happen has the same attitude. So you're not alone. And I'm not automatically saying that you're wrong. But my gut is telling me, based on past experience, that you probably are. First and foremost, health is not an excuse. Circumstances are not an excuse. The property must be kept up. Second, I doubt that the county officials from planning and zoning were doing this to keep the stuff personally. And I doubt that a judge in district court was in on the conspiracy. So all of this, Rebecca, at the risk of you not being very happy, I must tell you, I don't get it. However, you say there are more issues that might change my opinion. What else is going on?
They showed up at my property with bulldozers.
Yes.
They took my 6-year-old granddaughter, lifted her off of her feet to rip puppies out of her arms. They grabbed my grandson, who was 13 years old, who was trying to get me a chair because my foot had blown up and I was off balance and I could not stand and they'd taken away my cane. They broke my phone. They broke my glasses.
Hold on. Rebecca, wait. Now, your kids, they were trying to get out of the way from the bulldozers. The grandkids.
No, the bulldozers were on the other side of the property.
Okay.
This was in my front lawn.
And so tell me why they attacked your children, your grandchildren.
They're my grandchildren because they wanted the puppies to sell.
So they wanted to confiscate the puppies to sell them.
Right. What? And they did. They sold them for $300 a piece.
How many puppies did they confiscate?
4.
What kind of puppies?
Chihuahua.
Okay. So they confiscated the puppies, and did they grab the glasses off your face and break them?
He was trying to grab my phone because I was trying to take pictures of them ripping off the solar panel off the top of my house, which is not debris or trash, and they couldn't get it off because it had tornado bolts in it, so they were kicking it. I was trying to take a picture of this. The sheriff's officer grabbed at my phone so I wouldn't take the picture.
Well, they're not allowed to do that. That's for sure. Did you ever get the photos?
Knocked off my glasses, broke my glasses.
Did you ever get the phone? Did you ever get any photographs?
No, they broke my phone, and then they threatened to arrest my daughter. They have threatened to arrest me. They were just absolutely in my face. They knocked me into the gate, knocked out my tooth. I was bleeding all over the gate.
Rebecca, honest to God, you need to hire an attorney and sue the county, because what you're saying, they're way more serious charges than we can handle on the phone. All we can do is you need to hire an attorney. And I'm going to tell you something. You're not going to get an attorney to take this free, okay? And I'm sorry to tell you that, but that's what you need to do, because these charges you're making are so outrageous that there's no way you're going to be heard unless you do a lawsuit and do a discovery and start deposing the people who were there to probe to see if any of these allegations are true. You're talking about attacking your children so they could take their puppies and sell them, and breaking your glasses and grabbing your phone.
Knocking your teeth out.
Yeah, I mean, this is serious stuff, Rebecca. Have you contacted any attorneys?
I have sent letters like I sent to you, to the Attorney General. to USAA,
No, Rebecca, you didn't hear what I said. You need to hire an attorney. That means you call on the phone and say, hello, Mr. or Mrs. Attorney, I would like to hire you to sue Fremont County. And then what you do is you go ahead and hire them and go in and talk to them for a consultation, and then they will assess the case for you.
I'd like to talk to possibly your kids.
No, but really,
Sarah will tell you that it was just a nightmare of insanity.
I do not doubt it was a nightmare. By the way, before this order was issued, you had plenty of warnings and plenty of time to tell your story to the county commissioners. You know that, right?
I sent a letter to the court in response to the first piece of paper I got. Debbie Ulrich, who is my
Listen, Rebecca,
mother's,
all I'm saying is you could have fought this, and you could have hired...
I fought it, and I fought it. I called everybody. I talked to everybody. I begged everybody.
Do you have photos? Do you have photos of your property before this happened to show how beautiful it was?
I might somewhere before the accident.
Here's what we need. Before all of this, we need photos to see how pristine your property was and why they invaded it. Then it was unnecessary to invade it and clean it up. That's what we need to show. Okay? Listen, authorities don't have the right to walk all over your rights. And I'd like to believe they didn't and that they followed due process. But listen, there's a possibility that what you're saying is true. But Rebecca, we need witnesses who are not your family, if you have any. And we also need, get her address off the air.
You actually believe that in its entirety? They knocked her teeth out?
Mark, what part did I just say?
You said you really wanted to believe it.
I said, I do not want to believe that the authorities would do this.
What do you think?
I want to believe they were acting in good faith. Who would want to believe this conspiracy? So you got to listen to what I say, Mark, before you freaking criticize.
But what do you think? What do you honestly
What I think is she's a nut, okay? But that's my personal opinion. I want to hope they did things the right way and she exaggerated, but we never know. So, Suzanne, I want the address, the actual address of her property, because I want to look at Google Earth.
That's a good idea.
They might have old images. Hang on. More with John Fuller and other callers coming up.
Let me see if the address is on here. Hold on. Hook us up. That is. Hold on.
630 KHOW.
It would have to be on there.
Now.
Okay, listen.
Traffic.
Okay, ready?
This report is sponsored by Exergen. Accuracy
Why
matters.
is this?
From the Bedford Sports Traffic Center, it's one of the high country where CDOT's still doing some work around eastbound I-70 through the Eisenhower Tunnel, down to just one lane in that stretch. Watch out for delays throughout the afternoon. Back in town, the highway drive, for the most part, is safe. I-25, I-70 looking good through the heart of the city.
864.
Activity on the ramp from southbound I-25 to the westbound side of the US
864 M
there.
Street.
Back up a bit, might want to avoid that area. Off-highway cars,
M Street,
13th and Logan.
Penrose, Colorado. Right up.
Fox 31 pinpoint.
Now let's look at Google Earth.
Right now,
so if I do this map, can I change it to Google Earth yet? Right? Oh my God.
Get a $5 rebate by trading up.
All right. Okay. Do you see it?
You guys good on these three?
Taylor, accurate.
You good?
Especially when it comes to check. Accuracy is backed by published peer-reviewed clinical studies. Details at exergen.com.
Rocky Mountain IV Medics. I am a believer. I am a client. They come to my home. Now I'm getting it once a month. You don't have to get it that often. You can do whatever you want. But I get IV therapy at home, and I don't pay a dime more than if I went to a hydration bar. I get it for general wellness and vitamins and all, and I get the NAD, which is a rejuvenation at cellular level. But people do it for dehydration, vitamin deficiencies, migraines, and other things. Call for your in-home appointment. You will love these people. Medical professionals at your home. RockyMountainIVMedics.com, 720-987-2155. That's RockyMountainIVMedics.com. You heard AIMortgage.net is affordable interest mortgage, and you know who they are. They are one of the lenders that I love to recommend. they have this incredible loan called the Asset Manager. I like to call it the liquid loan. It's a line of credit on your home, a first deed of trust, and you can spend it up and down at will. You can overpay with money you have in the bank and get it back the next month, keeping your interest and your principal low. It's totally liquid. The Asset Manager. They also have FHA, VA, and conventional loans. That's because conventional loans right now are actually better than FHA in many cases. Low down payments and lower AI insurance, mortgage insurance. 720-895-0500 for affordable interest mortgage. That's 720-895-0500. That's AImortgage.net. And there is a place that Mark has used, I've used, and you should use. And you can do it in your home. Make an appointment today, right now. SimplyFloorsInc.com. Now that stands for Incorporated, so it's INC. SimplyFloorsInc.com. All your popular favorite floor coverings, from wood to luxury vinyl tile to all kinds of carpeting at lower prices, better installation, better warranties, and better financing. Make your own appointment. SimplyFloorsInc.com.
How would you like to come home to your very own gorgeous 8,400 square foot home? Well, now you can.
Mark, did you see it? Yes. It's a piece of junk. Look at it.
You can't. Do you see the pickup truck? I swear to God, there happens to be a county truck in front of her house that day. Do you see it?
You won't believe your eyes. The Mile High raffle offers over 4,000 prizes from high-end.
This place is a piece of. Now we can't see the house itself. So how do we get above that?
I'm trying to figure that out.
Clubs of Metro Denver. But hurry, entering early matters. Enter to win
Look at this.
By Friday, March 12th, and get an automatic entry to win a BMW X5 just for entering early. You must enter by March 12th to win the BMW X5.
Well, here's the thing.
Bother her though?
Because it's something to do with an agricultural zone, and she wasn't adhering to that zoning. Does that make sense? I don't know anything about it.
Of course it does. But you know what? How we attracted. What can I tell you?
Tommy, remember the guy that called yesterday with the tenant that died over the weekend and girlfriend wanting the car and all that? I have him and Blake Harrison for that.
Going. I've got to run out.
Remember, yeah.
But what about the car? I
don't know. He had other women come and say, "This is mine, that's mine." He didn't know what to do with these girlfriends that wanted the dead guy stuff. The landlord.
Okay, that's right.
So I have Blake Harrison for that call.
Could you please tell those other callers? I will promise.
Yeah, they're all good. We're good. I got him handled, Tommy.
And big insurance, right?
It looks like a fucking hellhole. You can see it from above.
Government put the savings directly in the patient's hands. Good question.
Colorado politicians are saying a new affordability board will result in lower medicine prices. But what that really means is that they'll decide what medicines you can and can't get. Let's make sure government puts the savings directly in patients' hands. Learn more at ProtectColoradoCures.com, page 4x1.
Warmer weather is just around the corner, and soon your customers will be venturing out more. Connect with
Mark, you got Fox on in there?
Our radio work for you.
The chick on the right, I think she owns that house you're looking at. See her?
Things like this one. Making sure your business is top of mind.
About 400 pounds of fun.
Your own custom radio ad quickly and
Minneapolis. I don't judge women by weight.
And approved.
Why is
and
Minneapolis
on radio?
Definitely paying by the pound.
Sign up now at
there you go.
Denver's talk station.
Online at
KOUT.com.
I'm Tom Martino. FrankDuran, If you need help with your real estate, whether buying or selling, Frank Duran, he's giving free market valuations of your home. Real market valuations with no obligation. 303-920-1622. All right, John Fuller, Fuller Law, we have a question for you, sir. And this one is interesting because I'm going to sum it up. We talk about underinsured motorist coverage, which means the person that's at fault injured you but doesn't have enough insurance. But this is a good question, John. Who decides there's not enough insurance? For example, can't your underinsured coverage say, we think you're suing for too much, and their insurance is plenty?
Sure. Yeah, so, I mean, ultimately, Tom, in all of my cases, every single case, the value of a personal injury case is that value which a jury would decide after hearing all the evidence. So even if we settle a case early, it's only because we've all used our experience to try to guess and predict what that hypothetical jury might actually do with a given set of facts and bills and damages. So in a UM context, we're doing exactly the same thing, but there's one critical difference, okay? When the insurance company for the at-fault company evaluates your claim, that is a 100% adversarial relationship. They are representing the other person's best interest and not yours. And it's a pure adversarial relationship.
So you're fighting two parties at that point.
Well, in the UM context, the thing to remember is this is your insurance company, and what that means is that they have a fiduciary relationship with you, and they have to treat you the best way to put it is, if it's 50-50 against the adversarial company, you lose. If it's 50-50 between you and your own insurance company, you win. Okay? That's the difference between an adversarial evaluation and a fiduciary evaluation.
I got it. So you take on both in that case, and people have to understand that. So the answer is the jury decides, the judge decides, or negotiated settlements decide if it's enough. Now, can the other party insist that this be full and final settlement, and would that negate you then going after their own uninsured motorists? If you say, okay, this is full and final settlement from Mr. You're at fault, but does that mean now I can't go after my own company?
So that's a great question. And what you have to understand is normally settlements against the at-fault parties are full and final settlements. And what that means is nobody can go back and relitigate that issue against the at-fault driver, including your uninsured motorist carrier.
That is incredible.
If let's just say you and I got in an accident and you had no insurance at all, and I pursued a claim under my own company's uninsured motorist benefits, right?
Yes.
So if I successfully pursued a claim against my own company, they would turn around and go after you, and they would get a default judgment against you, and they would, pursue collection of that. But if you had insurance and you and I reached a settlement, and that settlement was a full and final, my insurance company would then be precluded from coming after you. So what the rule is that we always have to get permission from the uninsured motorist carrier before we can enter into a full and final settlement agreement with that at-fault driver. And sometimes they say no.
So therefore you can't enter into it. Now, by the way, we're talking to John Fuller, personal injury attorney, when he's not here, 303-597-4500. All right, we had a case that came up that I thought was very interesting, and we needed... Do we have the consumer on? Yes, we do, Larry. Okay, Larry, I'm glad you're on. As promised, we got an attorney. Now, I'm not sure if he can answer it, but I thought it would be in his wheelhouse, as they put it. Blake Harris, attorney at law, milehighestatePlanning.com. Blake, I'm going to ask a few questions based on what you told us. Make sure we get this right, Larry. You have a tenant who just signed a lease, by the way, and the tenant died.
Well, it was a existing lease, Tom, and it was an automatic renewal, so it renewed on March 1st.
It renewed on March 1st, and the tenant died.
Correct.
I want to ask Blake in general. Blake, when somebody signs a lease for a year or whatever, and they're under an obligation and they die, does the estate have the obligation to settle with the landlord?
That sounds like a fair creditor of the estate, and the estate would have to settle with the landlord. So, yes, you could collect against the estate.
Now, another question. Larry has all this stuff in there. What does he do? Does he go through an eviction? What does he do?
I would just go through an eviction just as though he was still alive. As far as other people asking for stuff, make them prove that they're either owners of the property or that they have the letters from the court entitling them to take the property.
But how do you swear to personal service if someone is dead? Or do you serve the estate representative?
So serve the estate representative if there is one. If not, you as a creditor of the estate could become the personal representative of the estate.
For that purpose?
Correct.
So now Tom, can I throw something in there?
Yes.
There's a little twist to this because there's a Mercedes S550 that is currently in the garage. There is a third-party girlfriend that claims she is a part owner.
Well, did she show you the title?
No, I don't.
Don't give it to her.
What about the title or the registration? Anybody can say anything.
That's it. That's what I'm saying.
But, Blake, is it Larry's responsibility to be custodian?
It is. Well, I mean, as the landlord, you can't just go in and throw people's stuff out. You need to go through the process of a proper eviction, which may include
the car in the garage. Who decides who gets it? I mean, he shouldn't be in that position, for goodness sakes.
Oh, no, it's not his job to store as long as the lease is delinquent, but he can't be wasting property. If he wants to have it shipped off to a store, have somebody come and tow it away, then let the personal representative or other owner deal with the tow company. That would be fine.
Larry, so you could just say, look, this is abandoned. Somebody died. Feel free to collect from the estate. Come and get it. I would do that, but...
If the guy automatically renewed, and I'm not saying this guy should do it, but I'm curious, Blake, he's got 11 more months into this deal. He agreed to it before he died. Could he simply collect it for 11 more months if the estate had enough money?
Blake just said he's a creditor and he can settle. Yes. I mean,
no, not settle. Could he literally do it for 11 months?
Obviously, he'd have to settle because they may not have the money. And you can't take money if it's not there. So he has to decide that, I think, based on the liquidity of the estate. But most of the time, Blake, don't you find people willing to settle? Because where will he collect is the question. I mean, if they say we don't have the money,
I don't know how old that S550 is.
Well, the thing is, though, somebody's got to be assigned. So with the car, you should just have somebody. Has anyone contacted you at all, Larry, about being the estate representative?
It's very convoluted right now. So from what I understand, the estate is in the name of an underage minor.
Well, that's ridiculous. It can't be. Blake, can this guy step forward and say, I'm going to be the personal representative at this point because I cannot afford to keep my apartment tied up?
After a certain period of time, you can step up as a creditor. So anybody named in the will or an immediate family member can step up right away. The creditors, I believe, after 90 days or approximately 90 days after someone passes away, then a creditor can step in.
That's too long. So, Larry, you need to go through some kind of an eviction. You really do. And I don't know how you do that. I swear, I don't know how you do that because you're going to have to serve somebody and there's nobody to serve. So
that's right. There's nobody to serve.
Blake, so rather than waiting 90 days and stepping up as personal representative, in the meantime, who does he serve?
I'd put a notice on the house. I mean, as though you're evicting anyone else. And then beyond that, if you know of any other beneficiaries of the estate, these are the people who have contacted. I would contact them as well. But I would be careful not to. I mean, I guess you're not going to just go and throw away the car. I wouldn't throw away anything of value because there's still a duty to prevent economic waste.
This is a nightmare for this guy. Larry, I would contact. I would write a letter to any of the beneficiaries saying,
if he waits 90 days, he can become a creditor. He can get paid back from the estate.
So if you wait 90 days and nobody step forward, Larry, you become the personal representative. You can pay yourself back the rent. You can take all the bills owed to you, and you can evict the guy. You may just have to sit on it. And then, you know, Blake can help you with this too, by the way, and also get paid from the estate if the estate has any money. I mean,
that's the question.
Yeah, we don't know how much is owed on that car or anything. I'm really late. I got to take the...
Tell your smart device to play 630 KHOW on iHeartRadio.
Then you can hear news and talk that impacts your...
We don't really have an answer. So does Blake have any party words? Ask him, because we need to give this guy some final words. And I'll come right back to Blake.
Now, impact traffic.
I'm going to get this address out, let people look on it. Look at it.
Accuracy matters.
Yeah, you can't see it too great.
But you can tell it's a fucking mess. I did find the overhead cue mark. It's a mess. It's a fucking mess. And the solar panels, I see what she's saying. Those solar panels, I don't think should have been ripped off the roof. They don't look, if you look from the top, they don't look bad. I don't understand. But if they say it was a threat to health and safety, but hers in the middle of nowhere, Mark.
It's probably a threat to hers. My guess is her fucking kids have something to do with it.
Watch 31 pinpoint weather.
She's at the corner of M Street and 9th in Penrose.
With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Pete Wagner, 630 M Street.
Okay, we don't have to do, I'm going to give out his number, so can I do 230s here because we're in network? Yeah. Okay.
Monitor proven accurate by published peer-reviewed clinical studies. Visit Exergen.com.
One Clear Choice Garage Doors, where you can depend on the best garage door service. OneClearChoiceDoors.com. They have their prices fully disclosed, by the way, on their website, OneClearChoiceDoors.com. All of their prices are there. So you'll know the price of everything. And they do 24-hour emergency service as well. If a spring breaks, you can't get the door open, call them, and they'll be there. It's OneClearChoiceGarageDoors.com. And, excuse me, OneClearChoiceDoors.com. OneClearChoiceDoors.com. Now, there are many, many people with values up on their home and interest rates low. It is a perfect time to tap the equity if you want to live off of it, if you're 62 or older with a reverse loan. Now, we've heard reverse loans are not for everyone. That's true, but they are truly a valuable tool for people with equity. There's no reason to leave it if you can live off it and alleviate the strain on your kids now. Why don't you look them up right now, okay? Call Silverleaf Mortgage about a reverse loan, 720-REVERSE, 720-REVERSE.
Master Rooter Plumbing. You know what I love about these guys? Price, 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 service, service, service. Great price and great service. In fact, if you ever need a water line or a sewer line, guess what? These guys will generally beat the competition by up to 50%. You know why? They own their own excavation company. They're great guys. Sewer lines, water lines, give them a call. Master Rooter Plumbing. Check them out on our referral list at referrallist.com.
Colorado Dental Implant Center can help you with the best in dental implant care. If you're looking a little like a hockey player from the movies who's missing a tooth, or you find it not as funny as the movie, when you can't eat everything you want or have a big smiley family photos, please get in touch with Aspenwood Dental and you can absolutely free consultation with Drs. Yaros, Augustine, Zeppelin, or Son, and we'll explain to you how dental implants work and why they're such a great solution. I don't know any group with the implant experience of Aspenwood Dental, which is why my wife is right now in their care for an implant, and you know I only trust my wife's care to the best. Please set up your free consultation at AspenwoodDental.com. That's AspenwoodDental.com, or just call them 303-751-3321. 303-751-3321. That's Aspenwood Dental.
Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, and even replace the windows and doors. Have our words will future at Dental. Hi, I'm Tom Zucchini. You know, my dad started making that stuff no more than 4 years. He's taught me all my working life that what we do is not rocket science. Our success simply comes from treating people and infrastructure. And this is game changing. Tom's totally correct. We know that we want a quality job at fair price. We want good service and friendly execution. We want honesty. We want to feel comfortable. And we simply want to do well. That's what I want too. And Dan, I know that's why we've done our best over the years to make their wants better. You bet not. So folks, it's running daily.
Try her phone real quick.
Yeah, it's an app that takes key insights from over 4,000 nonfiction bestsellers and gathers them into 15-minute links for you to read or listen to. With Blinkist, you can learn the main points of the entire book in just 15 minutes, as opposed to days or weeks.
Get it in there for you? Yeah. Yeah, I probably have to do it for you anyway. Claim Booster Pro?
Claim Booster.
I already have it on there.
Delete it.
Oh.
Try to launch it. There's got to be uninstalled, then the phone needs to be rebooted, then downloaded.
Claim Booster. Oh. Claim. I don't know. It says it's there, but I don't.
138255. Renew Home Innovations, by the way, for showers in a day. RenewHomeInnovations.com. Showers in a day. American Standard equipment and materials and beautiful showers made, custom made, and you can get them the next day. That is one guy that does an amazing job in the bathroom for customized bathrooms in the wet area. So, anyway, that's RenewHomeInnovation.com. We're talking to John Fuller, Fuller Law, and I'm going to go back to the other. I have a follow-up on that house in the country the woman called about. And then also, we are helping that guy who needs to evict the deceased person. John Fuller, a quick question here on dog bites, okay? We've covered this a number of times. Is there always, and this is a quick answer, then we'll elaborate after the break, is there always liability when your dog bites someone?
No.
Okay, that's interesting. Let's talk about that coming up. Plus, we have some other questions on liability when you have homeowners insurance policies and what they cover. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We're talking to John Fuller. More coming up.
Doors. Thought about it. Job in jeopardy, bills unpaid, all symptoms for which there's no vaccination. But you can get relief, tax relief, from Larson Tax Relief. Hello, I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino. My friends Ron and Jack Larson and their team of tax experts can help you emerge from this slow recovery with the best possible tax consequences. Way better than you can do on your own. The IRS has not forgiven tax debt or overlooked non-filing. The good news, Larson Tax Relief specializes in emergency and long-term tax relief. They guarantee you will be satisfied with the care and services provided. And they're headquartered right here in Colorado. Call now for a free consultation. 844-LARSON-TAX. 844-LARSON TAX. Or LarsonTaxRelief.com. 844-LARSON-TAX.
Portions of the following program are pre-recorded.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino. Now, Michael Brown at 2, 6:30.
Oh, I gotta pound some of these fucking waters.
ABC News, I'm Marcus Moore. The Minnesota Supreme Court ruling that a state appeals court has until 6 p.m. today to rule on whether murder charges can be reinstated against the former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin. His trial in the death of George Floyd underway. Jury selection has resumed. The number of unaccompanied migrant children detained along the U.S. southern border rising recently. The New York Times saying that number has tripled. House Republican Conference Chair Liz Cheney.
When you say that you're not going to enforce our immigration laws, when you say that you're not going to build a border wall, it has consequences.
Press Secretary Jen Psaki is saying the administration does not feel it is human or moral to send kids back across the border into potentially dangerous circumstances. The first response from Buckingham Palace after Harry and Meghan's bombshell interview. On behalf of the Queen, the palace in a statement saying in part, the issues raised, particularly that of race, are concerning. Harry, Meghan, and Archie will always be much-loved family members. This is ABC News. One of New York Governor Andrew Cuomo's accusers coming forward and describing the work environment under the governor. Former aide Anna Lees worked for Cuomo between 2013 and 2015. She now works in New York's Monroe County.
I don't think that this is a story about sexual harassment or abuse as much as it is about hostile and toxic workplace environments for young women.
New York's Attorney General has launched an investigation into the allegations. In the UK, COVID restrictions beginning to ease. ABC's Tom Rivers in London.
Kids are back at school. That's the first tangible easing change in what will be a phased lifting of restrictions. But as British Prime Minister Boris Johnson warns,
today's return to schools will of course have an impact on the spread of the virus.
That means the other planned easing dates could potentially be pushed back, depending on what the data at the time says.
Marcus Moore, ABC News.
If I'm not commuting anymore, where do I really want to live?
While you handle life's questions, Merrill Guided Investing helps you manage your portfolio and invest for your next move with the option to work with an advisor at a low cost and minimum.
Okay, I reset my password, I found it. So I deleted the app and then put it back on. And now I'm trying to log on and that's where it goes funky. Okay, hang on, let me put the password in for you. It just automatically, when you hit log in, it disappears.
New signs for the times.
Get back to business.
Oh, I have the wrong
designs and sales materials. Staples has hundreds of designs to choose from.
Did you create a username and
I already had one and I reset my password just a minute ago.
When you spend $75
So then it accepted my, it texted me a code. There it is. It texted me a code to reset my password. I did all that.
Limit one offer per customer.
But you can't get past this.
Signage for details.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
Maybe you want me to try a new login?
KL News Time, 12:03.
I open it.
Those changes include a later
Register here.
in restaurants. Last call for level blue is now at 2 a.m. Level yellow is 1 a.m.
It's going to already know my phone number. That's going to be the problem.
Will be at midnight. Restaurants and seated indoor events, including casinos, level yellow may expend 150 people, while level blue can expend capacity to 200.
Company name.
Those changes to the dial framework were formally announced yesterday.
Reporter Chad Hoffman. A bill that would scale back standardized testing in Colorado this year is getting bipartisan support in the Colorado House. House Bill 1161 would limit such tests to a single standardized exam in either math
I agree. Okay.
HB 1161 cleared its second reading in the Colorado House yesterday. It will get a final vote before heading to the Senate. Sports Colorado Avalanche lose to the Coyotes 3-2.
Phone number already exists, so I can't.
I'm Pat.
You're going to use your phone number, or you already do that?
Traffic.
It just doesn't work on mine, period.
From the Betfred Sports Traffic Center, travel around the Mile High City Freeway system in fantastic shape. Just a couple of minor trouble spots to watch out for. Crash being cleared eastbound C470 near Morrison Road. Everything's up to the right shoulder, no highway delays. The ramp from southbound I-25 to the westbound side of the turnpike is a bit backed up due to police activity. Watch out for a bit of delay there. The rest of the highway drive in the metro area looking good. I-25, I-70 looking good in the heart of the city. Watch out for slow speeds on westbound 270. Solid stop and go between Quebec and Vasquez. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. Going to be partly sunny.
Tommy, do you know if they gave you the Moderna or the Johnson or the Pfizer or what? You got the Pfizer?
Pfizer is having the most
matches all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year.
No, but I thought Kaiser was giving Moderna. Maybe they switched.
They said Pfizer. I asked them, and they said that they're
Only
they
by
have
Discover Card. Learn
they're
more at
fully loaded with
discover.com/match.
Pfizer because I said, "Do you have any others?" And they said, "No."
The pandemic has taken its toll on
Okay.
business. Maybe you've closed
Well,
your doors.
who told you they were doing Moderna? I wish they were, but
Dr. Kelly's hygienist that I love, she said, yeah, Kaiser does the Moderna, that's the great one, no. So that was 3 months ago.
Is it the great one for the reactions, or is it the great one for the effectiveness? Do you know?
Can help you
Like, do you know what the difference is?
I thought it was more for the reaction stuff, but I don't know.
Oh, yeah, because I think they're all about basically you see
The same
effectiveness, right? Yeah, that's what I heard that too. I heard that Moderna had no side effects. But I don't know. Like I said, I didn't have a choice. I asked them though, and they
Yeah,
said,
I would take whatever.
yeah.
I'm kind of with
Like,
Mark.
when are you guys going to be called? Do you think?
I don't know.
Because there were only old farts there when I went.
Yeah, I'm assuming not for another couple months. Did you see Douglas County's petitioning to be reopened fully? Like without delay, they want to reopen in Douglas County.
Who did they petition for that?
I don't know, the state or something?
Mortgages right now are at all-time lows, and
You
people
know,
are refinancing, and people are
actually,
buying. I want you to
this is unprecedented that we have to ask unelected officials to do what we want. I mean, it really is unprecedented. It's an amazing change in events. And believe me, they're going to use it again. Because all they have to do is invoke safety. That's it, and it's over. So what's to prevent them from invoking anything under safety? Anything. Air pollution. I'm serious. You can't go out today. What prevent that? You can't drive today.
It's scary to think they can just do that.
But they've done it. There has been no challenge to anything except churches. Churches were the only people that challenged successfully. No one else has been able to. Oh, look at Megan's dad. What a fucking... I heard he was a real dirtbag.
10 seconds. Then EMTs. We'll talk about it with David Cochran, author of Behind the Mask, Untold Stories of EMS in a Pandemic. Wednesday morning at 7:05.
He's the one that was selling stories.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Don't forget waterpros.net for water systems fully installed under $2,000 for conditioning or filtration. Waterpros.net, the experts. Hey, what's going on in your life today and how can we help you? I have a personal injury attorney with me, John Fuller, who handles mostly traffic accidents, car accidents. He has a lot of great information for you if you're injured, but we get all kinds of questions when we have him on. And I invite your calls if you have any questions, or you can call about anything. 303-713-8255. That's 303-713-8255. And we left off with a question on dog bite liability. We get this every time John's on, and I think there is some confusion because you're not always responsible. But what would make you responsible? Anyway, John Fuller, Fuller Law. John, what would make a homeowner responsible or not responsible for dog bites?
You know, really, Tom, the issue is not so much the actual bite. The issue is in how much damage the bite did. And so we have a dog bite statute in Colorado. And that's setting aside that there are other ways to pursue this. But under the dog bite statute itself, it requires serious bodily injury. And that's a defined term in Colorado that basically requires a serious bodily injury. It can be a broken bone. It can require surgery. It can be, scarring and that kind of stuff. I mean, it needs to be a serious injury in order to fall under that statute. So that's the first thing. If it doesn't fall under that serious bodily injury, you're limited to just exactly what your medical bills are and nothing else. No pain and suffering, no emotional trauma, none of that stuff. The only way you get to the other damages is if you have the far more serious injury. So it's kind of a weird statute. Personally, I've always found that there are better ways to pursue those damages. Generally, a dog bite does not happen without an owner doing something negligently on their property, like leaving a gate open or leaving the dog out of a kennel or something along those lines that would really fall more into a dangerous condition where we would pursue it under the premises liability statute, which is one of your options as well.
And by the way, just to say that, because so people don't waste a lot of time with premises liability, isn't that one of the hardest personal injuries to pursue?
Yeah, it really is. I mean, there's a statute in Colorado that was designed with the idea of making it harder to pursue injuries that you sustain on other people's property. Our legislature deemed that to be, in the public's best interest to make it as hard as possible for you to go out and recover if you're injured on somebody else's property.
Because basically it has to be known, egregious, and ignored, right? Something like that?
Well, no, that's really not what the statute says, but it's a heightened standard. It's a new or should have known, standard where there's got to be some, culpability for the dangerous condition being on the property. It's not just a strict liability where if it's dangerous, you're automatically on the hook.
Okay. That's John Fuller, who's available when he's not here at 303-597-4500. I'll get to some other emails. But now, Art, and by the way, if you have any questions, problems, or complaints, the number is 303-713-TALK. And I want to talk about that other woman and her junkie property. And basically, if anybody feels they're being mistreated, lied to, cheated, or they just need help getting through some bureaucracy or problems, give us a call, 303-713-8255. So, Art, what's going on with PayPal?
Hey, I got an email from this person on Sunday saying that they sent me money, $100 by accident, and they were trying to send it to a neighbor with exactly the same name as mine. So how the heck does that work?
Well, first of all, did you open up your PayPal, and is there $100 there?
Yeah, there is. There's $100 minus $3.20 for a PayPal fee.
Well, it might be true then, if it's actually there. So what do they want back?
How did she have my email?
I don't know.
How did she get my email?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it could be a scam too, but I'm trying to figure out what the scam is. If they put $100 in there and they want you to send the $100 back, the only scam I can think of is you send the $100 back and then they can test it and that $100 is taken away from you. Now you're out $100.
So I don't really want to do anything with it. There is a button here that says refund this payment, but I don't know anything.
You know what? I would be just as skeptical. PayPal is the worst form of payment ever invented. The worst. Because what it was supposed to do is prevent fraud, and it engenders fraud. It is terrible. And it's just there's too many ways to cheat that people haven't even thought of. Like using other people. If you use other people's credit card on your PayPal account to pay for your bills, that person cannot contest the charge on their credit card because it's not a disputable charge. Because what they ask is, did PayPal make the payment? Well, yes, but it was my card they made the payment with, and it's someone else's account. Your credit card will not let you take it off. Number two, PayPal will not let you take it off because when you call PayPal and say, somebody used my credit card on their account, they'll say, what kind of, what transaction do you want to dispute on your account? And you say, it wasn't on my account. It was on someone else's account, but they used my credit card. So it is the perfect crime. I'm telling people right now, if you have a PayPal account and you steal someone else's credit card and use it on your account to pay for things, and you use it as the payment method for your PayPal, the credit card company of the victim will not contest the charge, and PayPal will never come after you. It is the perfect way to scam everyone on PayPal. Now, as far as your particular situation, I'm trying to figure out what is the scam. They said they paid you $100, they want to be paid back. Well, it could be like the cashier's check fraud. They send you a cashier's check and say, okay, send some of it back. But then you send it back and find out the cashier's check is bad. I'm wondering if this PayPal payment, once you refund it, if it's going to be taken away from you as fraud to begin with, and then you'll be minus $100. I don't know the answer. We got to figure it out. Now, this guy has a comment. Tim, go ahead, Tim. What's your comment?
So most of the time on PayPal, Venmo, other kind of cash apps like this, you can look up a person's profile and pay the profile. So it's completely reasonable that somebody looked up his neighbor's name. It happens to be the same, and they just paid that profile. It was an accident, and what he should do, if he wants to, is return the money minus the fees. You shouldn't be out anything. So,
but let me ask you something, Tim.
It happens all the time.
Let me ask you something, Tim. Okay, so what if he does that? He returns the money. Then what if the person later disputes it again, saying this should have never been paid? Can they take it away from his account, or will they actually look at the history and see he's already refunded it?
You know, I don't want to answer that, but
that's right, because I don't. Because here's why.
It's an honest mistake.
Yeah. No, I understand that, but I think he could be burned by it. That was my only concern, is that he refunds it, plus PayPal takes it off. That puts him net 100 to the bad. That's my problem. So I don't know what to tell Art to do. Art, if that person mistakenly paid you $100 and you refunded it, I would think if you can show it, if you can show the trail, and PayPal takes it off your account a second time, and you can show you already refunded it, that it may be good. But the problem is, there's nowhere to complain to PayPal. They're faceless, nameless, and voiceless.
I know.
So, you know, I don't.
Tom, we had a similar issue, a few months ago, and I think he should just wait for PayPal to handle it, because if they double ding him, then he'll never get it back.
I would say to this person, I'm afraid to refund it because PayPal might remove it, and then I'll be out $100. So why don't you take...
I'm not responding to that person whatsoever.
Well, I would say, you know what? I think you should handle it through PayPal, and I will not object.
They list a phone number.
Yeah, try calling. I've tried it. Yeah, and what's amazing? It's just amazing. See, all of these online places now have what I call menus of what you can complain about, and it doesn't cover every single circumstance. Again, people, the perfect crime is to use someone else's credit card on your PayPal account. And I don't think you should do it. But what? Go ahead, sir.
I did take the email and forward it to spoof at PayPal. That's all I did.
What does that mean? What's spoof at PayPal?
Got an email, if you suspect a scam in any way, PayPal has an email you send it to. It's called spoof@paypal.com. They said just forward the email to them and they'll look at it. That's what I did.
Okay, well, that's good. I would tell them to handle it with PayPal, and I wouldn't do it. I just wouldn't do it.
Could COVID ideal home loans in 30 seconds? 5%, but the type you need to worry most about is home title theft. Yeah. The title documents for our homes are online. The thief finds your home's title and forges your name on a new deed stating you sold your home to him. For pennies a day, Home Title Lock helps protect your home's title. Go to Home Title. All right, here you go. Ideal home loans, about 5 seconds. And enter radio for 30 free days of protection. HometitleLock.com.
Brent Ivinson. He's the owner of Ideal Home Loans, and I love Brent. I love his company, and I love the way he does business. Let me give you one great example. None of his employees over there work off commission. They're not commission-based. They get paid a salary, so they want to work their butt off regardless. They're not trying to get the one-time slam, bam, thank you, ma'am. They're trying to get you the best loan that you can possibly get for you and your family. They'll have the lowest rates out there. They have the interest rate guarantee. If they refi you now and it goes down again in the next 2 years, guess what? You don't pay a nickel, and they will refi you. They also have custom term loans. Maybe you only need a 10-year loan. Maybe you need a 25. They have it every which way you want. Their pre-approval is like shopping with cash. Give these guys a call, 303-867-7000, 303-867-7000, idealhomeloans.com.
missing one or more teeth, there's simply no better solution in most cases than a dental implant. They're incredibly durable and look exactly like real teeth. Aspenwood Dental and the Colorado Dental Implant Center can help you with the best in dental implant care. If you're looking a little like a hockey player from the movies who's missing a tooth, but you find it not as funny as the movie when you can't eat everything you want or have a big smile in family photos, please get in touch with Aspenwood Dental and have an absolutely free consultation with Drs. Yaros, Augustine, Zeppelin, or Son, and let them explain to you how dental implants work and why they're such a great solution. I don't know any group with the implant experience of Aspenwood Dental, which is why my wife is right now in their care for an implant. And you know I only trust my wife's care to the best. Please set up your free consultation at AspenwoodDental.com. That's AspenwoodDental.com, or just call them 303-751-3321, 303-751-3321. That's Aspenwood Dental.
When should you start collecting Social Security? Starting at the wrong age means you and your spouse could miss out on as much as $200,000 over the course of retirement. Do you have the right retirement plan in place to help you afford the rest of your life? If you're not sure, call 888 Plan Rick right now and schedule a free Social Security and retirement review from an experienced Edelman Financial Engines planner. You'll get an analysis of your Social Security situation as part of your overall retirement income, along with your pension, savings, and 401k accounts. Plus, you'll get a comprehensive personal financial plan, an $800 value. It's all free. Call us at 888 Plan Rick by tonight, 10 p.m. Social Security is complicated. Don't let it drag down your retirement income. Call 888 Plan Rick by tonight, 10 p.m. That's 888 Plan Rick. Or visit rickedelman.com. That's rickedelman.com. Individual treatment is comprehensive with safe use of medication, physical therapy, custom exercise, acupuncture, counseling, nerve blocks, nerve spinal cord stimulation, even stem cell therapy. Founded by local doctors, recognized by all major insurance, Medicare, Medicaid, and workers' comp. Get your life back. 303.T or ColoradoPaincare.com.
Everyone loves The Office. Admit it. You wish you had a dummy. Instead, you have this. The Office Deep Dive Podcast, hosted by Brian Baumgartner, a.k.a. Kevin from The Office. Every week in this new hilarious podcast, Brian sits down with one of his old friends from The Office as they discuss their favorite moments on set and never-before-told stories.
Your kids watch that?
Never.
No, come on.
They've never watched it. Listen to The Office Deep Dive on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Buy and build for your kitchens and baths. And the new Buy and Build does installation as well. Save a ton of money. Get the expert craftsmanship of the Buy and Build installers. I saved a ton of money over the big box stores. You can too. Their new address, 560 South LaPan, just west of I-25 in Alameda. You go west on Alameda to LaPan, then south 2 blocks to 560 South LaPan. Buyandbuild.net. Below wholesale, 303-295-6022.
This is Dan Patrick. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network, presented by Mercedes-AMG.
A deal that was long in the making. Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott got the contract that he was looking for.
I don't know what the fuck I'm going to eat tonight, man. I'm 0 carbs.
$26 million guaranteed plus a no-trade clause. The NFL is considering an extension of today's franchise tag deadline. The Players Association can't reach an agreement on a salary cap number. And the Astros Coyotes fucking cheese shots on goal but still lose last minute 3-2.
I can't even look at cheese. I'm so fucking
difference between an AMG skeptic and an AMG believer?
I go to 3 margaritas and
the tip takes to fire up the ignition, step on the gas, and hear that gutsy engine roar. Go to MBUSA.com/AMG. Mercedes-AMG driving performance.
Stay connected with your favorite show.
All right, guys, we're back on about to.
For our newsletter, email now at khal.com/newsletter. Breaking news, sports, and more from our community. That's khal.com/newsletter.
I didn't put that song in the system. I didn't.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Give us a call if you have a problem, question, or complaint of any kind. You need help. 303-713-TALK. We've been talking about all kinds of stuff today. And we're right here and can take your call immediately. Now, one thing on that woman with the junk. It's 864 M Street in Penrose. It's the corner of M Street and 9th. And you can see, I think there's 5 acres or more. It's zoned agricultural. You can see from the sky on Google Earth, it's full of junk, and you can see from the street view, it's full of junk. Now, I can't tell if the solar panels were in disrepair, but this property was anything, if you go to Google Maps, anything but pristine. And she said they came in and took all of her personal stuff, her water tanks, her, equipment and stuff for personal use, her firewood. They took it for themselves. It wasn't to clean up the property. And then they took puppies to sell them, to profit from them. And they took, anyway, of course, the county's going to have a whole different reason, saying it was unsafe and the animals were being, hoarded or whatever. So anyway, it's a mess. And I told her she needs to hire an attorney and sue the county if she feels everyone conspired against her. Mitch has a PayPal comment, and a guy called and said, somebody told me they mistakenly paid $100 to my PayPal. Now they want a refund. He's afraid if he refunds the money, then PayPal comes and takes the $100 away. Then he's out $100. I am too. Anyway, Mitch, and then we had a comment on how bad PayPal can be for payment and fraud. They're just the opposite of what they started out to be, which was a prevention of fraud. Now they perpetrate fraud, in my opinion. But what is your take on this, Mitch? Go ahead.
Yeah, I heard about this a couple days ago. A friend of mine through Venmo, same thing happened. They got a request, or, somebody accidentally sent them $600, and they refunded the money because it looked like, it was in their account. And then 3 days later, the money came out of their bank account, and the paper trail, I don't know how they do it, but, where it'll give you a notification or whatever that you received the $600 or that it was ever in your account, disappears.
Right. It's like the old certified check scam. You make a payment with a certified check. They pay you back from that check, and then the check turns out to be bad. So I agree.
They figured out how to do it electronically.
It sounds like a scam to me too, Mitch. Thank you. Bob has a problem with his 1099. What's going on, Bob?
Yes, I was hoping you have the resources so I can get a copy of my 1099-G from the IRS.
Okay.
I never received one in the mail.
Now, for those listening, a 1099-G is for any government payment you received. Are you specifically looking for a 1099-G for what? For your tax tax return or your refund, I mean?
Well, last year I got a refund, so they're supposed to send me a 1099-G.
Right. And what do you need it for?
For my taxes.
Okay. You do understand, Bob. Bob. You do not have to have it to file your taxes. If you have the amount of your refund, you can simply add it. You're not going to be penalized for not having a 1099-G or any 1099.
I need to know if they withheld any other taxes out of it.
They don't withhold taxes on a 1099. A 1099 is gross.
I don't even understand why he'd get a 1099 on a tax refund.
Well, I do.
Why?
I don't know. Because I do. I get a 1099 saying what I get a 1099 for government payments, but are they for refunds?
Refunds just mean you overpaid. That's not like they're paying you any money. You're just getting your own money back.
No, they consider that income.
No, they consider it. Wait, 1099. Yeah, Mark, because you're only. That doesn't make sense either, though. I don't know. It doesn't make sense because why would they consider that income?
Because it's income. Whether the source of the income is a refund, they consider it. They've said to me before in past years.
Mark, it is for. It says here for tax refunds. It's for unemployment, tax refunds and credits and offsets, unemployment, taxable grants, and agricultural payments. Why would they do that?
I still don't. I still don't get it.
Well, I don't either. It just says here.
It's the government.
But here it says low. It doesn't say the federal government. It says state and local tax refunds, not the federal government. It says that in every case I looked up, the 1099-G, it says for state and local taxes. But that doesn't even make sense. But it does. It is 10. That's what they do. They want to know the 1099-G. Maybe we can get Eric Reinemer on you know what, Suzanne, see if we can get one of our accountants on. Okay, I got John Fuller, and again, this has to do with, I got to find it. Oh, here it is. John Fuller is our personal injury expert. He does mostly traffic and accidents and things like that. This is an odd one. Their car was parked. It was hit. And there was no personal injury there, but they went out, and when they started it, because they knew it was hit and they were going to get it estimated, it wasn't totaled, they started it, and an engine fire erupted, which did more damage, and they want to know, here's I think the answer is, for that party to be responsible for that fire, they'd have to show the connection between the collision and the fire, obviously, right, John?
Well, if the fire was a foreseeable consequence of the damage that was done in the accident, I mean, I think there's definitely a causal connection there, but for the accident, it never would have happened. So,
right. They'd have to show that connection, though, to have any liability on that.
I think you've got a pretty good argument to make, though.
Now, in a crazy world, what if a personal injury resulted, but it resulted after the collision? In other words, they got in the car, and as a result of the car being hit, it caused a damage to this person. Let's say this person was hurt in a fire or in another incident. Can you connect the dots and get a personal injury claim after the fact?
Yes, you can, most definitely. The best example of that, Tom, would be getting injured in an accident and going to the hospital and then becoming the victim of medical malpractice at the hospital.
Oh.
That over time has evolved into a foreseeable event. Case law is on your side. The original tortfeasor would be responsible for those damages.
Holy crap, I never realized that. So if something goes wrong after that, that chain reaction goes back to the original injury and the negligent party. All right, John Fuller, Fuller Law, 303-597-4500. More coming up.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino. Now,
Dan Kaplis today at 4, 6:30.
Yeah, when you get a refund from the feds, they don't get, when you get a tax refund from the feds, if you're lucky enough,
you have affordable interest mortgage.
you don't get a 1099-G on it.
I have affordable interest?
Yeah, affordable interest and get down payments.
Oh, okay, I don't see it there.
Yeah, that's not it. I messed up, so I was looking at the next break.
So, Mark, here's the deal. They do give you one for state, so I did get a 1099-G for my state return.
Okay, that's fine, but it's not a federal deal.
No, but what your reasoning should work on that too. Why is the state?
Because the state, I don't know why they would give it to you.
Why is that income? That doesn't make sense either.
No idea why.
I don't have any idea why they would call that income any tax return, because you're taxed on the gross.
Unless the taxes.
They have tools to help you find the quality candidates you need to help your business. Learn more at Indeed.com/credit.
If you're looking to refi or you're buying a house, Affordable Interest Mortgage, one of the lenders I stand behind because I love the way they do business. You can find them online, AIMortgage.net. That's Affordable Interest Mortgage, and owner Kurt Rogers. Now, you've heard Kurt on this show many times talking about mortgages, and on his site, he has all kinds of useful information. You know, it's not just a site to promote his company. He has loan calculators, analysis on buying versus renting, even forms and applications, and a place to track your loan once you sign up, AIMortgage.net. Also, I want you to know that he has the asset manager loan, which is a line of credit, an incredible loan that you can put on your house and pay it up and down at will when you need cash, and then pay it down when you don't. In fact, every dime you have in this special savings account or checking account actually counts against your average daily balance. 720-895-0500, 895-0500, that's Affordable Interest Mortgage. And when I give out websites, most people go to them before they go to the company. Websites are a necessary business tool, but you need to be sure your website is doing you justice first. When people find it, does it load? Does it load quickly? Is it organized? Also, what about finding it? Can search engines find it? Do people have the right keywords to find it? You can get a free analysis of your website at here. Just go here, no obligation to hire them. Free advice, getfoundfast.com.
I'd like to come home to your very own gorgeous 8,400 square foot home. Well, now you can. This award-winning home can be yours, but only through the Mile High Raffle. This stunning custom home features a...
Oh, and if you when you said that song, were you talking about that song that you emailed to me?
Well, the one I emailed to you was an earlier version. I emailed the later version to Shannon.
They scrubbed the downloads here, so it's not in here. I have the earlier one, but if you want the one that you emailed to Shannon, you'll have to re-email it to me.
Okay, good.
The Boys and Girls Clubs of Metro Denver. But hurry, entering early matters. Enter to win your dream house by Friday, March 12th, and an automatic entry to win a BMW X5 just for entering early. You must enter by March 12th to win the BMW X5. Go to milehigh-raffle.com.
The Gmail or iHeart one?
Mile High Raffle.
Gmail will work.
March 12th to get automatic entry to win the BMW X5. That's Mile High Raffle.
Yeah, and erase the older one.
Like today.
The house you're living in right now, could cost you less. You've just got to refinance to one of these historically low mortgage rates. Hey, it's Ross Kaminsky from my friends at American Financing, reminding you there's never been a better time.
I don't know if it's my imagination, but I'm feeling a little weird.
No obligation and no upfront fees.
I don't think it would be delayed this long.
I don't know, man. Around which program might be a better fit for you. Because rates really are still near historic lows, and chances are you can benefit even if you refinance or bought a home last year. You might still be eligible. It could mean a lower monthly payment. It could mean thousands or tens of thousands in long-term savings, and you don't have to restart your term. You might even be
also, I have a problem I have to get fixed somehow. I just have thick blood.
Savings. Don't put a refinance on a longer rate.
Take water pills. I have he said it doesn't work. The blood thinners. I have thick blood and overabundance of platelets.
Why is it thick, though?
Too many bloods. He's thinking it might be testosterone that can do it. So he may have to cut back. Or if my testosterone is normal, I may have to donate or just give a pint every month. Just give up a pint of blood. And it thins your blood.
Dano does that.
He does? Because of thick blood? Oh, why?
He's Catholic and he does it.
Hey, Eric said tomorrow would be better. Do you want me to line that call back up for tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay, Guy has a question about 1099A, so I guess if you can't answer that, we can put that one for tomorrow. That's for profits on investments and stuff?
Well, let's try to.
Yeah.
No, 1099A is a little different.
Will result in lower medicine prices. But what that really means is that they'll decide what medicines you can and can't get. Let's make sure government puts
state tax refunds can sometimes be taxable income. If you claimed a deduction for state and local taxes, the previous year.
That's right, then it's an income. That's right. That makes sense, doesn't it? But federal would never be.
And the go-to guy in Colorado, the Mortgage Doctor Show. Saturday mornings at 6 and Saturday afternoons at 3. It's Brian with Advanced Mudjacking. Does COVID have you home?
All right. About 15 seconds till you guys are back in.
Patio? We can fix it.
It's all because of salt, I bet.
424-9441. Advanced Mudjacking at yahoo.com. Denver's Talk Station. Available everywhere with the iHeart.
All right, you got a second. Here you go. Pause it.
Podcasting.
630 K-House.
An iHeart radio station.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Don't forget realcbdthatworks.com. Put Tom in the promo code for 30% off genuine CBD products that really work. I think I'm going to give those out as gifts to people who I think need to chill. Now, let's talk to Bob. Bob, we are getting you back on with our accountant tomorrow about your 1099-G. That is a government payment of any kind, including state and local tax refunds. Now, the reason they're considered income is if, Bob, and I want to tell you this, I want to get Bob back up, Suzanne, if I can. I want to tell you this because if you deduct those taxes on your federal and then you get a refund, they are considered income. Is he available so I can tell him something? Is he off? Yeah, I just want to tell him something. Bob, just real quick, yes. I for sure I can tell you this. The 1099-G is only issued for state tax refunds and absolutely not federal refunds. Okay? So you will not get a 1099-G for your federal tax refund. Just so you know, you're not going to get it. If you're waiting for it, you're going to wait forever. The state tax refund is considered income only if you deducted them on your taxes. So you will get a 1099-G for state and local taxes. Randy, you have a question about a 1099. What is it?
My granddaughter did some investments, and she got a 1099-A.
Yeah, that's odd. Uh-huh.
Yeah, well, she went to she's got a basic return except for that 1099-A.
Well, the 1099-A is income, period. And it's based on what it normally is as a cancellation of debt. So, or if the house, let's say a house was foreclosed on, or you surrendered property, that's considered a sale of the property. And then that would be a 1099-A. So it can be any form of that. Now, I'm not sure why she got a 1099 on investments unless... Go ahead, sir.
I don't know either, but on the TurboTax, to claim the 1099-A, you have to upgrade $70.
Yeah.
And you'll never guess how much the 1099-A was for.
How much?
$1.33.
Yeah, what I would do is I would just say other income. That's it. Other income. And put it down. And then, why is she doing... is it TurboTax Online? Is that what she's doing?
Yeah, because it was a basic return until she got that 1099-A.
Okay.
That was a free return.
Another thing she can do is file the tax and then just go get a paper amended return and add the $1.99 with the 1099-A.
Okie dokie.
That she then, as long as she reports it, and again, it's not going to change her tax thing at all. But
no, it's not,
and it's not going to be serious in any case. But I'm not telling you not to do it. I'm just saying that that's one way to do it. Take advantage of the free return, and then go ahead and get the and get an amended return for $1. I don't know. Just do it on paper because all you have to do is put down the amendment, and that's easy to do. Okay, let's.
Hey, is John still up?
Yes, I'm going to bring him up. Yes, I have
John,
a question for him. Go ahead.
So I guess Biden's dogs went ape crap and bit some of the employees at the White House.
One dog bit one
Can they
person.
sue the president?
I suspect not, but you'd have to consult with a D.C. area PI attorney.
Now, John, with a car thing, a car accident, I mean, can you have people sign, if you don't carry a lot of insurance, somebody wanted to know if you can have your passenger sign a disclaimer or a waiver.
For what?
For being a passenger with you.
What are they waiving?
Their right to sue you or to collect damages. That's a good question. I never thought of it ever, but I'm just curious. It might sound out far-fetched, but I don't know. Can people do that?
I mean, people can waive negligence. They can't waive gross negligence, but they can. Every exculpatory release that you sign in this world that purports to waive negligence does exactly that. So theoretically, yeah, you could do that. But you can't waive gross negligence, and that's a big difference. So gross negligence is taking a step or two towards an intentional act, or an act that's almost certain to produce a hazardous condition. So you can't waive those, but you can waive negligence.
Now, Mark, John,
I would think if Mark asked me to sign that waiver before I got in his car, I would not get in his car.
No, but I was just curious if that's stupid, because in today's society, you think, hey, let's protect ourselves as much as possible. I'm not suggesting that happens, but I just wondered. Go ahead.
How about like a trampoline? So you have kids over for a birthday party, you have a trampoline, you have each of the parents sign it. So if they break their neck on the trampoline, you're cool?
I've heard of people doing that, Mark. I mean, don't put it past people. I have heard of people doing just that. I've heard of people having you sign waivers before you get on their boat and go on a fishing day or stuff like that.
Okay.
I mean, it does happen. There are people that have thought of this and have tried to do it. I think the better course of action is if your level of concern rises so far that you go to the trouble of drafting up a release. That's probably a good enough sign to me that I don't need to go with or do with whatever it is we're contemplating.
I don't know. I don't know if that's true, though. It could be just out of safety. And again, some people say just carry enough insurance, but sometimes the amount of insurance you need becomes prohibitive. It can be. So I want to talk to Dan. Dan.
Hi, Tom.
I'm going to take a quick break, but I want to get started on your problem here with Children's Hospital. What could it be?
Yeah, so while I was in Children's Hospital with my son, he was in there for like 6 months. I ordered a gaming headset from Amazon through a third-party seller, and they shipped out they claim they shipped out the headset. At the Children's Hospital, they signed for the headset, and but nobody had the headset. They could never find it. And they said, oh, well, we just signed for things in bulk, and so we don't know if it actually showed up here or not. And so nobody will cop up to where the headset is, and I'm out $107 for it.
Does the shipper acknowledge this? Will the shipper at least send another one or not?
They won't send one.
Amazon would, even if this happened. That's what I love about Prime. They would.
Well, so I mean, I put in a.
It wasn't Prime though.
Amazon, and they said no. You have to get restitution through the third party.
Because it wasn't Prime. It wasn't guaranteed by Amazon. Mark, can you hold on? You got to explain how those transactions work so people don't get stung like that. But I got some other ideas.
Traffic. Master Router, counting Fuller Law done because John Fuller's down there.
Thank you, that's right.
Highway in the metro area getting reports that police activity has northbound Federal shut down at 96th Ave.
So he's going to call for this song at some point, and I'll just have it queued up and ready.
Watch out for some delays off highway on southbound San
Are you going to play the new song?
Direction to Culprit.
Yeah. So are you going to call for that song at some point?
Yes, I will.
On eastbound through the Eisenhower Tunnel, so that's good news. All lanes are back open. Back in town, the highway drive in decent shape with the exception of westbound 270 heavy at Vasquez. Watch 31 pinpoint weather, partly sunny with a high of 66. Right now, cloudy and 65. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Pete Wagner, 630 K-How.
Invisible fence.
All right, here you go, Mark. About 10 seconds till Master Router.
Advanced pet containment technology paired with new smart features keeps your pet protected in your yard. Visit InvisibleFence.com to schedule your free consultation. That's InvisibleFence.com.
Master Router. That's right. You know what I love about these guys? Drain cleaning, sewer line repair and installation, main water line repair and installation, emergency plumbing. They own their own excavation company. If you're a contractor out there and you're looking for the right plumbing team to do your new builds, your water lines, your drain systems, these are your guys. And if you're a consumer out there, you own a house like I do, if you ever need a sewer line or water line replacement, these guys have the best prices out there, and they've been around and on our referral list for many, many years, I think over 10. Master Router Plumbing. Just go to the referral list and basically type in their name, Master Router, and those are your guys.
Children's Hospital Colorado Mighty Millions Raffle VIP prize deadline is this Friday.
Oh my God, just let it go. My God.
$80,000
I can't talk on here.
$4 million fully furnished grand prize show home.
Same person?
Incredible prizes with 1 in 15.
I can't believe you'd still be dealing with the same thing.
Tickets and more. Make a mighty difference for patients and families at Children's Hospital Colorado.
I'm not sure what you're referring
VIP deadline is this Friday.
I'm referring to the crazy bitch that sent you fucking
Oh,
photos.
no. But I didn't get a response the other day. I said, I went through a hell of my life. But that was terrible. That was so terrible. I don't want to refer to her. But, yeah, it was terrible. Terrible. It's like a gut punch when people do shit like that.
I just can't even. It
came
out of the
because we have scumbags that do that to us, Although even they haven't done it in a while.
Simple online shopping. Best of all, we're helping them save up to 30%. And the reviews say it all. That's right.
You've got a better attitude about it than I would.
They tell us we're fast.
God almighty, CNN goes out of their way. Well, actually, they both go out of their way to point out.
It is fucking stupid they're sending checks to prisoners.
I know.
It's the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
Here's the headline. Fox. Goff slams Biden's checks to prisoners after supporting under Trump. So they were for it under Trump and against it under Biden. But what I'm saying is do they understand? Do these fuckers understand how biased each of them are? Do they admit it? Do they fucking admit it, or are they truly trying to say that they are news? Are they really trying to masquerade as objective news? Because it's bullshit. It's absolute horseshit. They are so fucking not unbiased.
Hello, good neighbor. Pat Boone here. You know, for years I've been warning...
For years I've been doing Ozzy Osbourne songs.
By big government, targeting your money and your privacy. Now, recent reports confirm that some banks are refusing to cash checks. And cash is being confiscated from innocent citizens. I'm serious. It's truly shocking. The folks at Swiss America have detailed all the dirty little government secrets in their free report, The Secret War on Cash, and it's available now by calling 800-289-2646. Why don't you write that down? 800-289-2646, because time's running out to take action. Don't become the next victim in this battle. Get The Secret War on Cash. Call 800-289-2646.
What are they trying to sell you?
And be sure to tell them Pat Boone gave you this number.
What's that?
They're trying to sell you gold and silver.
I don't know. I didn't even hear it.
There must be a reason. I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Dan, I don't think you can hold Children's Hospital responsible for signing for a package and knowing where it went. It's impossible because they take that on as a courtesy. I mean, if patients have stuff shipped there, I just don't. I don't see it going anywhere. I just don't. I'm not saying that in a perfect world they shouldn't be responsible if they're going to take on that responsibility. Maybe they should. But
I bet they'd pay it if you sued them.
Children's Hospital.
I bet they would pay it. They're not going to hire an attorney at $500. They're going to hand them $100.
I know, but I don't know. Anyway, so do you think the shipper really sent him out? Do they have good ratings on Amazon?
They do have good ratings on Amazon, yeah.
Okay. And
I agree with Tom, though. If you use someone direct with Amazon, you would just simply call up. They'd be shipping a new one out to you, man.
Yeah, well, I mean, when I ordered it, that was the only option of where I could get it from. So
yeah, I don't do. And if that's the case, I don't do it. I just don't do it. I go somewhere else. I just go to the direct website. But on this one, on this particular one, did you do it by credit card?
I did, yes.
You can contest the charge. You simply didn't get it.
Now, okay, so this is crazy. I say sue the hospital, and you're like, oh, sue Children's Hospital, like that's a bad thing. But why stick it to the vendor that most likely did send it out? I would say you go after the damn hospital before the poor vendor.
Because I don't see the direct liability of the hospital.
I don't see the direct liability of the shipper.
All I'm saying is this. It doesn't matter where the liability. I'm not talking about liability here. What I'm talking about is if you just get your money back and then let them worry about it, let the vendor worry about it and send it out again. The vendor's not going to lose much.
Wait,
I mean,
I
they probably
thought,
pay $10 for these things, yes?
I thought in Dan's email, Children's Hospital acknowledged that it did show up there, Dan.
Well, no, I mean, they acknowledged that they signed for it, but they didn't acknowledge.
No, hold on, wait. Well, did they say they signed specifically for that? You just told me they sign in bulk. So what does that mean?
Right. Exactly. It was in bulk, right?
Well, what does that mean, Dan? They acknowledged that they got 10, 20 packages from Amazon?
Or from FedEx or
Okay,
UPS.
hold on. Well, every day they're signing something that says 10. So I can say, Dan, I just shipped you something yesterday. You go to the hospital and say, did we get any packages yesterday? Oh, yeah, there were 10 or 20 of them from Tom or whatever, from Amazon. That makes no sense to me. When they say they sign in bulk, they're not saying they signed for those headsets. They're saying they got a number of packages and they just signed a piece of paper.
No, but he's getting something from the shipper. Correct me if I'm wrong, saying they signed for it at Children's Hospital, right? You saw a signature.
UPS is the one that was the shipper. Yeah, I mean,
Hold on.
I mean, they came.
Here's the only point. It was delivered, or at least an empty box was delivered.
I doubt they'd
to
go that
Children's
far.
Hospital.
I doubt they'd go that far to do an empty box. It's not so much
Right.
a bad guy here. It's just that if I had to pick a bad guy, I wouldn't pick Children's Hospital. That's all I'm saying. Because I think they're the least bad guy. I don't know, just because of the work they do, okay? That it has nothing to do.
They did great.
It has nothing to do with reality. It has to do with my feelings. I don't feel good stiffing them. I would rather get it from the shipper who, as I said, probably paid, or not the shipper. You'll never get it from the shipper. I mean, UPS is the shipper, and they suck anyway. But listen, there is no bad guy here, basically. I mean, there is no bad guy. I could say, Dan, you're an idiot for shipping it to the hospital. Why not ship it to home and drive it to the I would never do that. If my kid was in the hospital, I would ship it to somebody or home and have them deliver it. Why did you ship it to the hospital? Did you ask them ahead of time?
I've ordered numbers of things while I was there and had no problems whatsoever most of the time.
They were delivered to your room.
One time.
Yeah, and if you contest this,
then maybe they'll show up. How long ago was it? Maybe it's somewhere in your house.
January 14th.
I mean, in the hospital. Okay, in January. I'm saying, could it be somewhere? Do you think somebody would have had to have stolen them? Really? Think about it. Right?
Yeah, I mean, or UPS lost it on the way or something. I don't know.
But if UPS lost it on the way,
then it wouldn't have a signature.
Does the vendor actually have a signature?
Well, so they say, yes, they do say they have a signature, but again, it's a bulk, signing, right?
That makes no sense. That makes no sense. What does a bulk signature mean?
Well, like if they show,
got 50 packages, and they signed.
But did they get 50? Hold on. Did they get 50 from that one vendor or 50 from? Well, if they got 50 from Amazon, how can that vendor know that their package was in there?
Good question. I don't know.
Because when UPS shows up, let's say they have 50 packages. They unload the 50 packages. One person signs for all 50.
Right.
That's how it works.
Okay.
His was part of that.
But that receipt goes back to the vendor, and it says one of 50 packages is yours?
Yeah. Basically, it goes back and says your package was delivered, so-and-so signed for it.
Yeah.
But don't you understand that it was scheduled for delivery and didn't get delivered? They'd still say the same thing because they didn't sit there for each and every package?
No, they scan each package coming off the truck as it's there at the location.
Okay, so was it scanned at Children's as being delivered?
By that, I don't know.
Well, that's what you need to know. Was it scanned in at Children's? Because if it was, Children's has a problem. They need to know who stole it.
Annuities can help you or hurt you. Shouldn't you find out what annuities are best for you?
But if it was scanned in there, then somebody in their fucking mailing department took them home.
Yeah. But you know what? It is Amazon. Oh, you know what? It's a third party, so it could show up with, being the headphone box itself, not in an Amazon box. I was going to say they'd have to open up all kinds of packages.
Centers are board-certified vein specialists who will get you back on your feet fast with the help of laser technology and little to no downtime. Go to UnitedVeinCenters.com for more information or call 1-800-NEW-LEGS to schedule your free vein screening today.
Man,
That's
this sucks.
1-800-NEW-LEGS. United Vein Center, America's top vein care center.
Don't miss the Trading Group Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. on 630 KHOW. Learn how you can earn a full-time income.
An economical way to find the value of commercial real estate. That is so funny.
8787.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Ross Kaminsky in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver.
ABC News, I'm Marcus Ward.
This older gentleman calls to tell me Mark has a foul mouth for saying sue the damn hospital. How inappropriate is that?
Sue the hospital, damn it. It's better than sue the shipper.
That's not really.
Yeah, it is. Sue the shipper. They fucking shipped it.
It's not really better.
Yeah, it is. It's way better. No. As far as winning, it's 100 million times better. The shipper's going to say, here's my receipt from UPS, delivered.
Usually they take pictures of everything delivered. I guess they're not taking bulk pictures, huh?
I think that's the post office.
No, Amazon takes pictures. I can see exactly where they left my package at our house
No,
now.
this was UPS, he said.
Oh, maybe UPS doesn't do that, huh?
This is ABC News.
God bless.
With concerns that large student gatherings over spring break could cause a surge in COVID cases.
Oh yeah, it's fucking super spreader.
Not to travel. At the University of California.
What, did Dan get you guys a reservation at the other location or something?
Yeah,
what are you talking about?
They're playing in Lone Tree, which is way better for me. There's lots more to do over there. I can get my shot. I can go to Target. I can knock out some shopping. Well, Mark and I carpool, so I just do errands and stuff while they're playing racquetball.
Or check mail.
Yeah, yep. You get emails when you get mail in your box, right? You get emails showing.
Sometimes, not all. Not all.
Okay.
You're right. Why do you ask?
Because if you just tell me, I have your key. Hey, it's building up. Check it.
Yeah. I mean, you don't have to do it
every couple weeks or something.
Why do you even go? Oh, because you both drive in.
We just carpool. We're like, well, apparently we don't do anything apart.
There's nothing wrong with that.
No.
Stephanie and I are together all the time, too.
Are you?
Oh, God, yes.
You know what?
Except maybe, like I said, sometimes they go fly.
I'm going to sue Children's Hospital just to piss that old guy off. Give me that guy's info.
I asked him, I said, you want to come on? He goes, no, I don't want to embarrass him on air. I was like,
come on! Get on, I'll sue him. Dad.
Go ahead.
Yeah, can you imagine? Some fucking moron embarrassing me.
Cloudy hard water spots in your shower. Erase burnt-on stovetop messes.
Oh, this guy, he's just not getting it.
Try Mr. Clean Magic Eraser.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW News Time, 103.
Colorado is extending last call. The health department announced an amended public health order that moved last call for counties currently in blue level to 2 a.m. Counties in level orange can make their last call announcement at 1 a.m. While those in level orange can do so at midnight. Dante Lucas will spend the rest of his life in prison for killing his pregnant girlfriend. He was convicted by a jury yesterday in the murder of Kelsey Schelling of Denver. Her mom admitted to mixed feelings after the conviction.
But in the end, I didn't get Kelsey back. And that's what I wanted more than anything.
Laura Saxon said she'll always wonder if she failed Kelsey somehow after her disappearance in 2013. Schelling's body has never been found. State lawmakers will consider a bill to create a nonpartisan board to investigate and rein in high prescription drug prices. Lawmakers are also considering a bill that would increase imports of prescription drugs from other countries to help lower prices. Avs fell to Arizona 3-2 last night. Both CSU and Air Force women's basketball teams were bounced from the Mountain West Conference tournament yesterday. That's the latest. I'm Chuck Clark.
Now, impact traffic.
This report is sponsored by your local Ford store. From the Fred Ford's Traffic Center, your drive's in pretty good shape, but we do have a closure on Federal Boulevard north and southbound between 96 and 100th Avenue due to a two-car crash. Some construction is slowing you down southbound on Santa Fe between Alameda down to about Mississippi, and some slow speeds westbound on I-270 between Quebec and York. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. Partly cloudy today, a high temperature right around 67 this afternoon, and overnight low near 38 in Denver right now.
It's amazing to me when people want something handled off the air. What do they think the entire purpose of the show is? If we did everything off the air, well, what would we be? We would go out and get law licenses and be fucking attorneys, wouldn't we?
These trucks are built better, built stronger, built for top, and priced to sell during truck month. Only at your local Ford stores.
The pandemic has taken its toll on business. Maybe you've closed your doors, thought about it. Job in jeopardy, bills unpaid, all symptoms for which there's no vaccine. But you can get relief, tax relief, from Larson Tax Relief. Hello, I'm consumer advocate Tom Larson. My friends Ron and Jack Larson and their team of tax experts can help you emerge from this slow recovery with the best possible.
Border apprehensions surging.
The IRS has not forgiven tax debt or overlooked non-filing. The good news, Larson Tax Relief.
Oh, man.
In emergency and long-term.
This is crazy.
What?
Listen to this. Oh, dang it, it's one of these stupid things that pops up and then something pops ahead of it.
844-LARSON or LarsonTaxRelief.com. 844-LARSON Tax.
This is Dave Logan for Law Offices of Dan Kaplis, a serious law firm for serious cases.
Seattle's Children's Hospital knew for years about the mold infestation. Numerous lawsuits. So I guess it's okay if they sue them.
Denver's talk station, available on over 2,000 devices.
Children's Hospital faces more lawsuits.
It's the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter.
Hello, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter.
303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. This hour brought to you by RealCBDThatWorks.com. Don't forget, RealCBDThatWorks.com. Use Tom in the promo code, and you will get 30% off. So, what is on your mind today? How can we help you? Call before a problem. Call whenever you have a problem. I want to finish up with Dan really quickly because of what I think is this. I think bottom line is that the more I think about it, it bothers me, though, Dan, that if it actually shows, if UPS actually shows that particular package being scanned in at the delivery of Children's Hospital, whatever their shipping department is or receiving department, that means that someone actually had to have removed it. I mean, that and Children's Hospital should be concerned. And I'm not talking about them being a bunch of crooks. I'm just saying that somebody in their receiving department received that, went through the packages and took it because it's nowhere to be found. Now, that's if it was delivered that way. I was thinking in terms of a different thing when you said bulk. But if they take each package and scan it, right? Then they hand the guy a clipboard and he signs for those deliveries. That means that that one package was there.
That's right.
So, Dan, they should be concerned. In other words, I'm not trying to paint a brush on Children's Hospital, but I am saying, did you find out from the vendor if it was individually scanned by UPS? Or you can ask UPS because you're the one that ordered it. Did you get the tracking? The tracking number will show you that it was scanned at Children's Hospital. So did you?
It did.
Huh?
Yeah, I mean, I did get the tracking information, and it shows it's delivered there.
Now, I'm not talking about out for delivery. I mean, it actually says it was scanned in at that hospital, right? It shows delivered there, right?
If he looks at that tracking number, it'll show every place that package
You even have a name that signed for it?
Yeah, someone named Fisher.
Okay, well then it was scanned in there. If it was on the tracking, And then you should talk to the hospital. You should talk to someone in administration and say, look, this has to be this can't be the only time it's ever happened. These headsets were scanned in at your receiving and never delivered to the room. That should concern them. They should at least do an internal investigation.
How would you feel if it was a hotel? A high-end hotel?
If it was scanned in and it didn't make it to the room the same way.
Yeah, exactly.
They should be concerned about it.
Well, and possibly liable for it, unless if you agree when you check in, don't send packages here.
Well, first of all, I wouldn't send packages if I didn't have to. But, you know, all I'm saying is they should be concerned that someone in their shipping department took that or whoever was taking it to the room, somebody consciously saw that, or it dropped off and it's under a counter in there. I mean, they should want to know, Dan. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. I mean, we were living in the hospital for 6 months.
I understand.
You know?
Listen, they should want to know that. That's completely apart from the hospital operation. You know, it's a different part than the healthcare. I mean, so that's how I would do it. I would just appeal to them and say, look, you know, it's not so much even the cost, but shouldn't you be concerned?
I think he did.
Someone I don't know if he actually did that. I don't know. Did you talk to anyone in administration about this, Dan?
I have yet to get through to somebody in administration.
Right, and that's what. And if you can, I think we'll send it to one of our deputies to do that. I would attack it that way through the patient's advocate or someone, simply because it was actually scanned in there. It wasn't. They claimed it was sent there, and you think it happened there. That's what I would do. Now, by the way, John Fuller Law was with us, and I want to make sure you know that if you're in an accident, he will give you free advice at 303, and you can call him, by the way, for free advice. Fuller Law, and I want to give out his number when he's not here, 303-597-4500, okay? That's John Fuller, 303-597-4500. He had to run. Now, let's talk to Irving. Irving, what's going on with solar?
Yes, Tom, how you doing?
I'm doing good, man. What's going on?
I got into a contract with Sunrun Solar Company, and they sent me an email after about 2 months that if I wanted to opt out of the contract.
Now, hold on. And they asked you if you wanted to opt out? That's odd.
Right, because I put down $500 as earnest money to get the contract going, get the design.
And then they said, "Do you want to opt out?"
Right. And
why do you think they said that? Are they going out of business or something?
I don't think so. They can't be with the climate scam that's about to happen with other forms of energy.
Okay.
I don't think that would be it. But,
okay. I guess what I'm asking is, they signed you to a contract. You're waiting for them. You're waiting for them to come and deliver and install. And they say, "Hey, by the way, do you want to get out of it?"
Right.
Why? Okay, I'd be concerned. Why did
they sent me an email? I don't have my computer in front of me or the contract.
They sent an email saying what?
To opt. 3 ways to opt out. Or I don't know.
So maybe they're out of business and they want to give you options.
Right, but they would talk to me, wouldn't it?
Well,
when I call.
Okay, give me the 3 ways. What are the 3 ways they said?
Like I said, it's on my computer, and the only thing I have right now is my phone, and I'm not savvy enough to go through.
So what is your question to us then? Should you do it?
Right.
Yes.
I don't want to sign and lose my $500.
Okay, then call us back. Okay, Irving, how can I tell you that? I don't know what they put in writing. Did they say they're keeping your $500?
No. Seriously, I've been meaning to call you at night when I had everything.
All right, do me a favor. Do me a favor, Irving. I promise you, you can even give your number to Suzanne. We'll call you back tomorrow. You don't even have to worry about remembering. We'll call you back. Here's what I need to know. I need to know the options they gave you and what the reason they give you. Did they say, "We're sorry to inform you we're going out of business," or, "Hey, we decided we're not going to do it"? Or because it seems odd to me that after signing a contract, you simply get a letter saying, "Hey, hey, by the way, you have 3 ways to opt out. That makes no sense to me, Irving, and I'm sure if you have the letter in front of you, it will make more sense to us. In fact, you can even email it to us. Okay, so Suzanne will take care of that. 303-713-TALK. That gives me the willies if that happens. I would say, yeah, I want out of it.
I wonder if they're back ordered on panels or something.
Well, I don't know, but I mean, let's say we could maybe give them kudos for at least letting them know. You know, so anyway, Irving, what's happening with you? Oh, no, I'm sorry, not Irving. I'm sorry, Rachel. Rachel, what's going on?
Hi, so my dog got spayed over a year ago, and I wasn't aware of how they spay. And a month ago, she almost lost her life and had to have emergency surgery.
Now, wait a minute.
Because her ovaries wrapped around her uterus.
Because of the way they did it, you say it was their fault?
Yes, it was.
Holy cow. And as a result, you say it's going to cost you $5,000?
Well, it costed us $5,000. They had to do emergency surgery at Hermosa Vet. They thought she swallowed a foreign body, but come to find out when she got spayed over a year ago, they did not take out her ovaries or her uterus, and it caused it to wrap around her intestines and her GI to block, so they had to do emergency surgery.
Is this a big breed dog?
Yes, she's a Rottweiler.
And the emergency service folks told her she was spayed wrong.
Hold on. We'll find out what's going on this.
That's interesting.
Hi, this is all right. A lot of ones this break. You got affordable interest mortgage, David Ellis, 888 Heating, and Get Found Fast.
Okay, fine.
So if I put those back to back in 20 seconds, you two.
Yeah. Mark will do 888 Heating. I'll point to Mark.
30 years. All right, cool. You guys are all coming up in 10 seconds.
To schedule an appointment with one of our firm's Colorado area attorneys. Online at CordellCordell.com. 8101 East Prentice Avenue, Suite 470.
Let's talk about David Ellis Jewelers. If you want cash on the spot for your valuables, your precious metals, David Ellis Jewelers is the one I trust, and you can trust too. He's been in Colorado in the Cherry Creek shopping area for 40 years. DavidEllisJewelry.com. A great jewelry store in and of itself, so you might find something there you want to buy. At 3rd and Clayton, if you have old tangled jewelry, watches, broken or not, if it has precious metals, he is interested. So collect all of that stuff, even old collectibles or coin collections, and give them a call or drop in 3rd and Clayton. As I said, it's an honest appraisal and quick payment. Don't take your chances online or at some hotel room when they come to town to visit. Go to David Ellis Jewelers, 303-322-8779, 303-822-8779. You know, when it comes to money, there's also affordable interest mortgage. I trust him too. Look, all your money stuff, I really take seriously when it comes to gold and silver, when it comes to mortgages, when it comes to anything you have to do with money. And affordable interest mortgage has proven to me over many years that he is for you. He's 20 years in business, 720-895-0500. You can trust Kurt Rogers to do your refi or your purchase money with honesty and efficiency and ethics. And you know what? What I love is he has a variety of loans you can choose from. The asset manager, which is a line of credit that you can pay up and down at will. I call it the liquid loan. He also has conventional loans with as little as 5% down and very low rates, or FHA and VA loans. AImortgage.net, 720-895-0500.
Having a stranger in your house can be worrisome. You know what I love about 888 Heating? Listen to this. They do a 50-state criminal background check on all of their employees that would be in your house. Now, I dare you to ask other companies if they do that. What you might find out is they do a background check here in Colorado, but if they ever did something bad in other states, they would have no idea, so they hire them. The other thing I want to tell you about this, you ready? They drug test. They're one of the first in the industry to drug test all their employees. How about this one? free same-day second opinions. If you have another HVAC company come out and says you need something repaired or replaced, they will come out the same exact day for free and verify it for you. 888heating.com.
Okay, let's talk about...
Did you not do all three of yours?
No, man.
I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I thought you had done all three of yours.
I would give it back to you. I would know enough to do that for you. You can watch me.
Sorry about that. All right, I'll give you a pause after this one. Just give me 45 seconds. My bad.
It's science. Our success simply comes from treating people as we'd like to get treated.
Okay,
Todd's totally correct. We know that you want a quality job at a fair price. You want good service and timeliness of completion. You want honesty. You want to feel comfortable. And you simply want to be treated well. That's what I'd want too. And Dad, I know that's why we've done our best over the years to make their wants our objective. You bet, Todd. So folks, if you're ready, we're ready to serve you. Whether it's a fresh new look in your kitchen or bath, or the warmth and quiet of replacement windows, call us.
10 seconds. My bad, Tom. Here you go.
303-722-2295, 800-362-8370, or drhi.com.
You know, traffic to your website doesn't really give you an indication if it's working. Not even phone calls, because it could be doing better. And of course, maybe it's not doing anything. Whatever it is, if you have a website, don't you want to know if it's doing a good job for your business? Do you want to know what the consumer experience is? Then go with someone who does this for a living and get free advice and free do-it-yourself tips. No obligation to hire them, although you may want to. Go to this company, GetFoundFast.com. A free analysis, GetFoundFast.com.
With all recent huge changes in our economy, this is a really important time to pay attention to your spending and your savings. Don't waste money, and very importantly, don't turn your head on ways that you could save. For example, a mortgage refinance. Hey, it's Ross Kaminsky for American Financing, reminding you that a mortgage refinance is more than just a lower interest rate. It's also an effective way to eliminate high interest debt. You're able to pull out cash from your home equity so you can pay off credit card balances, personal loans, whatever you need. You'll typically receive not only a much lower rate, but also reduce the number of monthly payments that you need to focus on. And you know what else? When you choose American Financing, there are never any upfront or hidden fees, never any pressure, no obligation. So what are you waiting for? Give them a call, 303.
And then we went in there, and she was like, I'm not going to get in my hopes up, you know, because I don't want to get my hopes up. Let's get there. And he's already adopted, and we went there, and he was literally the second case we walked by. And, like, he just came. He, like, walked right up to her and, like, jumped on me, like, and, like, did, like, the husky kind of shirt thing. And she was like, oh, my God. She's like, I need him now.
How long ago did you get him?
About 2 years ago.
Shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, don't wait. This could be a serious condition like
we got him in Arkansas, but he loves it up here.
That's cool.
He loves the snow.
Our shepherd loves the snow. Like, he lays in it.
Yeah, he'll like burrow, like whenever it was like taller than people, like
yeah.
I was like, Jesus Christ, he loves this stuff.
Troubleshooter Show. What is your first name? You're breaking up really bad. I'm sorry. What is your first name? Is this Rebecca from the property call earlier this? Oh, did you have some? Are you going to email them?
4700 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Rachel said her dog was spayed and complications because it was done improperly. This is an interesting one. Rachel, how long ago was the spaying?
It was over a year ago.
And how old is the dog?
She's a year and 7 months.
Okay. So it was done at the right time over a year ago. And who did it?
It's called Spay Today.
And was it a low-cost or free clinic?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And what was it for you, low cost or free?
Free.
Do you have the papers that you signed at the time of the visit?
You know, if I look at home, I'm sure I do.
Okay. And do you know, what did they tell you at the emergency clinic they did wrong at the Spay Today clinic?
that they did not take out her ovaries or her uterus.
Now, is that normal? Is that normal procedure for the procedure? I don't know. For a spay, is that normal?
No, it's not. It's
no,
not.
what I mean, Rachel, is it normal to remove those things? That's what should have... Okay, so normally, we have to verify that. I don't know that, but that's what they told you. They said under normal conditions, to properly spay, they need to remove ovaries and uterus.
Yeah.
They don't just tie the tubes.
Correct.
What's the relevance of your questioning?
The relevance is she's saying that because they did not remove the ovaries and the uterus, that caused additional damage. Now, what if... And I don't know this, but what if there are two ways to spay and neuter? What if there is a complete one where you remove everything, and then there's one where you just tie tubes? I don't know that, but I'm just asking.
Well,
yes.
Tom, I think Rachel told me when she called the folks that spayed her pup, they said they've changed their ways of doing it since that procedure a year ago. So that's interesting.
It is interesting, but I still want to know if it's acceptable to do it without removing ovaries and uterus. We need to talk to a vet.
If it wasn't, just throwing this in there, in the state of Colorado, that dog is a piece of property. It's just like a glass or a block.
It is, except there have been court precedents for negligence resulting in emotional trauma and damage, but this is not that. We need to... Well, Rachel, what Mark is saying is animals are personal property in Colorado, okay? So let's say damage was done. The damage would be limited to the price of the dog. You can't expect them, for example, to pay more than the dog is worth for another surgery. Now, I'm not talking about emotionally and loving the dog and all of that, because we're all animal crazy and we would pay a ton of money. But we're saying we're not sure what the law says on that. It used to be that they were strictly personal property, and you could not exceed the value of the dog for damages. But there have been court precedents in recent history that changed it a little. I don't know if it changed it for this, but it changed it when it comes to certain damages.
And Tom, don't you sign waivers of everything
All
when
the time,
dogs go into surgery?
But that's for known risks. This doesn't sound like a known risk, having the uterus wrap around the intestinal tract or whatever. Now, Rachel, I want to know this. What if it was the dog rolling around and tossing around and playing a lot when this happened? Do you know what caused it? Did they say what caused it?
No, like I said, they at first thought she swallowed a foreign body, which, at that point, I thought she did too.
Rachel, listen, I'm going to ask you a question. I hope you understand why I'm asking it. If this dog had never been spayed, okay, it would have still happened, right?
No.
Why? Hold on. She still had her ovaries and her uterus. This is what I need to know. What did spaying do to make her ovaries and uterus more susceptible to twisting?
I have all her records printed out.
Rachel, I'm not arguing with you, but this is key. Because if a dog is unneutered, they have their uterus and they have their ovaries. Would she still have a risk of having a twisted uterus, or did they do something during spaying that made it more susceptible? Because I got some bad news for you. If they did nothing to contribute to this, they merely did not remove them, that doesn't make... You didn't go in there to prevent this from happening. You went in there to make sure she could not reproduce. And I hope you understand what I'm saying. When you went to that vet, the charge was to keep her from getting pregnant. It wasn't to prevent future complications. If those future complications would have happened anyway, then I don't know how you blame the spaying for causing it. Because, and I know what you're going to say, well, because they didn't remove them. But you didn't ask for them to be removed to avoid that complication. For example, Great Danes are susceptible to a twisted gut. When Great Danes go in to be neutered or spayed, they tack their intestines or their stomachs so they don't twist. Okay? Now, that is a separate procedure to avoid that complication. I'm just asking all I'm asking is what did that vet clinic do to contribute to this complication? We have to ask a vet.
So this is Rachel's husband. This is Michael. When we had called the veterinarian hospital that had spayed her and we told them what had happened with our dog, we were actually talking to the vet that did the spay on her, and she said she knew for a fact she took out the ovaries.
Well, do you understand that none of that? None of that matters. What matters is this. It doesn't matter if they lied to you. What matters is, did they do something during that spaying that contributed to this? For example, will that emergency vet say to you, if she was never spayed, this would have never happened? Or is it a complication of that breed of dog being that size? Because it's not going to be as easy as you think. I'm thinking like a defense attorney for them. That's what you need. You need someone to give you the truth. The fact that it happened doesn't make them negligent unless they did something wrong. I don't know how to explain it other than that. So the key question we need to ask a vet, would that dog, if she was never spayed, would this have still happened? So let's call that emergency clinic or get the name of the doctor that she talked to. Do you know why that's key? Because spaying and neutering, now hold on, if spaying always is done, always, removing the uterus and ovaries, and they flat out did it wrong, they just did it wrong, then they deserve money because they did not get what they paid for. Not because it was twisted, but they didn't get what they paid for. Or, let's say, if the dog was not spayed, it would have never happened. Then something they did caused it. It's pretty obvious. So I'd like to talk to an independent vet. Do we have any we can talk to? Can a vet call in that's listening? Anybody know a vet you can refer to us?
I think it comes back to fair market, no matter how far the rest of it goes.
Well, we don't know that either.
It's interesting.
I don't know. I think that if a clinic does something wrong, are they limited? That's another thing we can ask. Are they limited by the price of dog? Again, I don't know that. I don't know if these court precedents will take over, on the emotional part. Listen, there's a lot, these laws changing all the time with pets, but let's talk about it with a vet and figure out, and we're on your side, Rachel, we're on your side. If they cost you money, they should help. But did they cost you that money? And then does it exceed the realistic value of the dog to a point where a court would say, they're not going to owe you that?
And did they actually get the surgery that's needed done?
Yes.
Yeah, and it cost him $5,000.
Got it.
All right, so we need to talk to an attorney in general about loss, but first a veterinarian to find out how this happened.
Do you know a vet?
All right, Frank Durangelo's there and approve a reverse mortgage in a minute. Wait, does Frank Duran approve a reverse mortgage? Do they clash?
They're fine. They're fine.
Cool.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Ad Council.
From the Bedford Sports Traffic Center, your drive's looking pretty good around Denver right now. No problems on I-25 or I-70 through town. However, on Federal, we do have a closure north and southbound between 96th Avenue and 100th Avenue following a two-car collision. I-270 westbound running heavy between Quebec over to York.
There's been just a few cases, man. I know. And most of them not even here.
Cloudy skies today.
There was one in Tennessee.
There was one in Colorado.
Down around 38 degrees. And
years ago, the dog was let out and got hit by a car.
With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Bill Jones.
They got a lot of money for that.
K-How.
Joe Lazzara is a criminal defense attorney. Now, the reason we advertise for Joe is because
Said in 10 seconds.
Like a
There you go. 5 seconds now.
Hood.gov. Sponsored by the Ad Council.
All right. I was saying Joe Lazara is a criminal defense attorney that I hope you never need. And if you do need a defense attorney, you don't want to be shopping when you are charged with a crime. Now, a lot of people think, oh, it's just a DUI, and I know I wasn't drinking. I'm innocent. Whatever it is, you still need an attorney to get through the system. In fact, whatever it is, if you're charged with a crime, even if you are not guilty, most people are, or maybe they did something stupid, no matter what the event, you need an attorney to get through the system. Just doing the wrong moves can get you in trouble, whether it be a DUI, shoplifting, assault, or anything. Joe Lazara does flat rate pricing, and he's there for you. 303-429-6200. I've done the checking, and you can trust him. You can find Joseph A. Lazara, Lazzara, on the referral list at referralist.com. Joe Lazara, 303-429-6200. And another thing you'll find there is Approval Reverse Mortgage. That's Joan Sullivan. You hear me talk about reverse loans, right? Approval Reverse is one of those companies I highly recommend. And reverse loans make sense. Low rates and high values. ApprovalReverse.com. 303-771-3528. Not only do they provide reverse loans, but they'll give you counseling to see if it's a good fit for you. And many people are tapping the equity to stay in their home. ApprovalReverse.com. 303-771-3528. When we're talking about real estate, let's say you want to sell that home. Then who would I recommend? Of course you know. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. 303-90-1622. Right now, Frank's offering free market valuations of your home. Like, you just may want to know, what is it going to sell for in the market like it is? Well, Frank's going to give you actual numbers based on his vast experience. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. 303-920-1622.
You're way off on this one. Your memory's just not there. I remember you talking about this years ago. Here's what happened. The maids at their house open the fucking front door. Right. Dog runs out, gets ran over. Right. They sue for emotional distress, blah, blah, blah. The defendant never shows up in court, so they get a fucking judgment for the full amount asked for $65,000. Yeah, but everybody says the judgment would never, ever happen if it wasn't a default judgment. So it doesn't set any precedence whatsoever.
Mark, I was told that was appealed and she won.
No, I don't know. The article I'm reading on it, there's no appeal. And of course the company went out of business, they didn't get fucking anything. What an interesting case though, huh? And then the lady actually saw the dog get hit, picks up the dog, and then brings it inside and puts it under the kitchen table like nothing happened, you know? What a, ugh.
Pain, aching, swelling, cramps, restless legs. 1 in 5 people lives with the discomfort of vein disease, and that's a lot more common than you think. The doctors at United Vein Centers are board-certified vein specialists who will get you back on your feet.
Wouldn't that be crazy if precedents could be set by default judgments, though?
Go to UnitedVeinCenters.com for more information. Or call
default judgment doesn't have a judge rendering a decision.
Yeah, I know. It would be insane, even though actually it does.
But I remember the attorney coming on saying they did set a precedent because it was appealed. Now, that attorney, by the way, I think has been disbarred. I think so. No. Or in trouble, Mark. I think that attorney turned out to have a problem. So look up that attorney and see. Just look up.
Do you know his name?
Her.
Watch your distance.
Her name.
Stay at least 6 feet away.
It should be on that article.
Posh names. Yeah, I know. I'm reading it here.
And of course, avoid crowds. Also, wear a mask. CDC reports masks protect the people who wear them and folks around them. And wash your hands using soap and water for 20 seconds. And do it frequently. Vaccines won't make COVID go away overnight, but they give us a real chance to finally overcome it. As long as we keep watching our distance, wearing our masks, and washing our hands.
Learn more about vaccines at cdc.gov/coronavirus. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. The Sharpest Rights in Inglewood wants to keep you safe.
Now, I'm pretty sure it was a default judgment. I don't think she'll ever get any money either. I'm not sure, though.
Your car right from the Sharpest Rights website, get credit approved, finance, and they will literally...
Yeah, it would be so hard. How do you judge that emotional damage with an animal, right? I mean, could you imagine if you could make the same claim on your pet hamster.
Yeah, I know. Look up that attorney and see.
I can't find the.
He was quite adamant that it was appealed and it was upheld.
About 10. Go Brown.
It was definitely a female.
The National Basketball Association stars plan.
Yep, and there was a second case that got emotional damages, and it was. I thought it was Thornton Police that shot a dog.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right. Larry, what's happening in your life, Larry? What's going on, man?
Hey, Tom, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm above ground and breathing. I'm off to a good start.
That's I never heard that. I'm going to start using it. What's going on?
Hey, listen, I lent some money to a nephew of mine.
Oh, God. That alone just sends chills up my spine. Nephews and nieces and family. And what happened?
Well, he was guardian as well of my older brother who's impaired. Okay? So they were getting ready to get evicted out of the house. And they needed the money. And I lent him money before, and he paid it back.
How much did you lend him?
$1,500.
Okay, what was it for?
Their rent, to keep them from getting evicted.
Okay, and then what?
Never paid me back.
When did you loan it?
That's been about 2.5 years ago.
Well, okay, and let me ask you this. Did you sign a note?
I did, but I can't find it now.
All right, will he admit it?
Oh, yeah, I've got text messaging back and forth.
Well, that's not going to be good enough. He could say he was drunk. I'm asking you, if you took him to small claims court to get a judgment for $1,500, would he deny it was a loan?
No, I don't think he would.
Then that's what you need to do. You need to get a judgment and sue him. What else could you do? Are you asking if there's another way?
No, I just need to know if there was a time frame that expires.
No, you know, I don't... Is it a breach of contract? I mean, it's been 2.5 years. Even with breach of contract, isn't that 3 years mark the statute? I think it is. It could be 2. Listen, I think here's what you do. Let the judge worry about it. Just file it. It's $50.
Yeah, here's the other thing I needed to ask real quickly is now he's been ducking and dodging, living here and there, and so.
Why have they since been put out?
Yeah, they did move. They got put out and they moved someplace else, and that's the issue too. I don't know where he lives. All I got is a P.O. box that I've been able to obtain. How can I serve him?
How can I serve him?
Well, it's also where you're going to sue him.
You got to find him where they had the rental agreement. Where he was renting is where I'd sue him.
I believe that he has since moved to Colorado. Well, he moved to Colorado Springs.
This is going to be hard, man.
Now,
you could sue him there.
Well, now he's back in the Aurora area, but I don't.
By the way, I'm trying to figure out what would be best. What would be best here for suing in small claims court? Do you go where he is?
He's got a P.O. box in Aurora.
Yeah,
Well, he owes some money. There really is no place of business, so you're going to sue him where he is now. That's going to be the only place.
So sue him in Colorado Springs, but you got to find him, you got to serve him, and then you got to collect.
Yeah.
Even after does he have a prayer of paying you $1,500? It might be a waste of your time.
He probably does.
Okay. Well, that's what you do. Find him, serve him, and do it. Now, by the way, Smarty Marty is disagreeing with you, Mark. And by the way, I believe you too, because that's what I was told when I purchased something, that even if you have Prime, if you use an outside merchant, I've actually had it say this is not a Prime purchase.
If Amazon...
But Marty's saying that even if you use an outside vendor, that all purchases...
No, he's wrong.
Well, he says...
Well, I don't care
what
he says.
He's calling them now... I've used outside vendors. Amazon always refunds.
I could care less what he says.
But, I mean, he's not he's not one to make those claims if that's not true.
I'm just telling you.
He's saying you're giving out, he's not saying this, but you're giving out wrong information.
If you don't use Amazon where they actually ship and pack it to you, you give up a lot of stuff. You're forced to deal with the third-party vendor, just like the caller said.
Okay.
He called up Amazon. They said, we can't do anything. Call the third-party vendor. That was the actual call, Marty.
But Marty says he's a Prime member, but he dealt with an outside vendor.
It doesn't. I'm a Prime member too.
I am too, and it happened to me.
I have made the wrong choice of using a third-party vendor that Amazon doesn't ship and pack for, and then I was screwed.
So, did Amazon ship this? If it did, why did he even say it was an outside vendor?
Because that means Amazon didn't fulfill the order.
Okay.
What matters when you order from Amazon is Amazon fulfills the order.
Fulfills, right.
They pack it, they ship it.
So, if it was fulfilled, I'm going to tell him, I'm just writing to him, if it was fulfilled outside of Amazon, right? Side of Amazon, then it is not covered.
Well, yeah, hopefully they go by the rules, but you're forced to deal with them. So if they don't want to go by the rules, I'm not saying there's not good third-party vendors.
No, you're
saying Amazon won't refund it.
Right, Amazon
because
won't.
They didn't collect the money for it.
Okay, all right.
When they fulfill it, listen,
Marty is saying they always refund
They collect the money.
He's
so
saying,
therefore, they're in control of the vendor.
But Marty's saying they always refund it no matter where you buy it.
Okay, well, Smarty Marty's,
you think he's wrong?
I guarantee he's wrong on this one.
Well, I think somebody, okay, I wonder if Smarty Marty will put his money where his mouth is.
Oh, I'd love to bet him. Last time we bet, I won. Let's bet again, Marty.
Okay.
And I'll find a vendor. I'll find someone that won't take a return, and I'll do it within 2 days. How's that, Marty?
No, but here's the deal. Anyway, third-party vendors are instructed to operate the same.
Unless if they actually say no refunds.
And they're allowed to do that.
Like perishable foods, maybe.
Yeah.
There's different things they're going to say no refunds on. But I'm not even talking about that.
Now, I want to make Smarty Marty aware of something. Even if this guy does get a refund, it's not because he was a Prime member. Because I absolutely had it happen to me. I was just kidding with you, Mark. I really did. Where it said that this is not, it even said this is not a Prime membership purchase. You are purchasing from an outside vendor.
That's right.
It actually warned me ahead of time.
I did a hot tub cover. Here, I'll tell you what mine was. I ordered a hot tub cover through Amazon, paid with my Amazon Pay account, everything. To me, it felt like Amazon. Then, 3 months goes by, I still don't have my hot tub cover, and basically, I almost ended up getting screwed. We'll just leave it at that.
So, we're going to find out if he gets a refund or not. Give us a call if we got time left. 303-713-TALK.
Now, 1 minute, 0 res, affordable interest mortgage, and Colorado paying here.
These fine furniture.
Pretty good looking job around.
Now they actually have hot tub covers at our farm, which is cool.
Have that closure following a crash, they're north and southbound on Federal between 96th Avenue and 100th Avenue. That should reopen sometime soon here.
Do you know about, I want to be very proactive before any days off. Do you know about the shared drive ants that we all have backup live spots on?
Fox 31
he probably does not.
Like the file recorded live in the Y drive, yeah. Like with all your recorded commercials, yeah.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. There is a separate called a shared drive for backups only. And believe me, when I told them you had a drive where all my lives were, they said no, that doesn't count. They don't want those. It's a special shared drive.
I'll look for it, but you got 5 seconds to.
All right, because I need to know what I need to update.
All right.
I want to keep it current.
Goodlease.com today.
Zero Res carpet cleaning right now offering $33 a room. I love Zero Res because it is so pure and so mild but so strong for stains and dirt and grime for getting your carpets clean. It's safe for pets, safe for kids, and safe for you. You know, your carpet's the biggest air filter in your home. Everything falls to your carpet. Keep your carpets clean. They stay clean longer because there is no residue, nothing to attract dirt, because there's nothing sticky, nothing chemical. It's patented water. It's soft, super soft water, alkaline charged, and it's patented. $33 a room. That's ZeroRes.com. Denver.com. 0res, R-E-Z, Denver.com, or call 303-421-5150 and ask for the special $33 a room. You'll never find a cleaner carpet that dries faster and stays clean longer. 303-471-5150. You know by now that when I talk about pain, I'm talking about experience. And you know also that I'm passionate about people not being on drugs for long term and for getting treatment for their pain so they can get their life back. Well, guess what? Colorado Pain Care is that clinic. They will help you get your life back. You don't have to accept pain. And they work with All Insurance, a group of local doctors, and they are dedicated to helping, including evidence-based, proven treatments and new innovative treatments, also evidence-based, and world-class physical therapy. 303-GOT-PAIN. That's 303-GOT-PAIN. All right, here's another one that I can recommend with supreme confidence, and that's affordable interest mortgage. I can't say enough about the liquid loan. That's a loan that is a line of credit. Now, if you have a loan, it pays that the entire thing up and down. You can keep it for 30 years and have a line of credit. What's great about it, every penny you keep in this special checking account counts against your average daily balance to reduce your interest. That's the asset manager. He also has conventional loans, FHA loans, VA loans. Find out more. AImortgage.net. 720-895-0500.
Kitchens, bath. I think are they talking about the T drive?
Okay.
Do you need me to just put out like?
Hold on. No, I don't want you to do anything. There should be a drive where there's backup lives for me.
Send them the link.
And they created it for me and for hosts. So there's always backups of every live we do. And all I wanted to do is see what I don't have in there from my current live clients, so I can always keep it up to date.
Okay, I'm taking on the dog case, but here's the deal. She got that surgery done for free. The original spaying. She went to a free clinic to do the spaying. Oh, okay, so would that make it different? Like, let's say they did screw up. It was free. I don't know if that makes a difference.
Amazon will refund. Mark is wrong.
Oh, great. Mark and Marty.
Marty, I'll bet you any day, man.
But he's saying he's not going to bet you because it was his experience because he's a pest.
Okay, it doesn't matter.
Real quick, I found it. It's called the T drive, and the folder is your last name, Martino.
Oh, good.
And everything should be in there. Live
I just want to know what I don't have in there, so I'm going to come and look at it and take a picture of it with my phone.
Okay, cool.
Thanks, man. Since I can't get in there.
But some things
Marty, pain in the ass. Marty,
serving Colorado 60
pain in the ass.
Windows and doors. K&H has what you're looking for, along with master certified installers and warranties you can trust.
You may have gotten a refund.
You demand at prices you desire.
A refund,
the same company
but
that did
it is not
years ago.
standard policy for out of time purchases.
We know small business owners are too busy to worry about hiring all the time. That's why when you post your first job for free on LinkedIn Jobs, we tap a network of over 700 million professionals to help you find the quality candidate you need quickly, no matter what role you need them for. No, really, any role.
Like marketing wizards?
Found them.
That project manager I never seemed to hire.
Found them for free.
Even this software engineer I'm totally lost without.
Consider
story of dog.
Incredible ad. Otherworldly account analysts and top-notch technicians.
Where was that?
Found and found.
An IT person who will prevent me from always forgetting my password?
Frankly, we're not sure that that's a thing. So, how do we do it? Well, LinkedIn Jobs targeting quickly matches your roles with candidates with the right skills and experience, and puts your job in places they'll see every day. So, looking for an easier way to make that next hire? You found it. Post your first job for free and get started at linkedin.com/entertainment. That's linkedin.com/entertainment. Terms and conditions apply.
Tell your smart device to play 630 KHOW on iHeartRadio. Then you can hear Ross Kaminsky in the morning, Dan Kaplis.
I'll tell you how bad I had one. That was third party years ago.
Yeah.
They didn't even have a fucking address for me to send it back to.
All right, guys, you're back.
I'm Tom Martino and Gabe.
What's going on with you, Gabe?
How you doing, Mr. Tom Martino?
I'm doing
what a gorgeous day, yeah?
I'm doing, oh, what a beautiful day. What are you doing, man? What's going on?
Hey, I just on the animal subject. You ever heard that incident that happened last Wednesday about that dog was dragged on side of that truck on Santa Fe?
No, I did not. What's happening?
You didn't hear it on the news?
No. Honest to goodness, I didn't.
Wow. People are trying to flag this truck down. This poor dog's on the side of the truck.
Oh, my God. How? Wait. What was happening? Was the dog, like, in the bed and then got jolted out or something with the collar on, or how? What?
I don't know, because they finally pulled over, and the dog was hurt. And they just jumped back in the truck, and they took off again.
Hold on. When they took off again, did they put the dog in the truck?
No, left it outside the truck.
Oh, wait. They left it outside to drag it?
Right. The police got it on camera. They got the temporary permit of the truck, and that's all I heard about it. And I was wondering if you heard anything about it.
Hell no.
Wait. So the guy stopped, gets out, and then leaves again, still dragging the dog?
Right. There's two guys in the truck.
Oh, my God.
There's a bunch of witnesses there.
Holy crap. I got to find out. Do you know what police department handled this? We need to look into this.
That'd be Denver, over there by Mississippi and Santa Fe.
Okay, and Gabe, did they show the video? No.
Yeah. They got it on
it was
camera.
on the news, but I couldn't watch it.
Oh, my God. What was it? Were they doing it on purpose, dragging the dog?
I don't know.
Well, if they got out, looked at it, then went again, they must be doing it on purpose.
Oh, God, what a way to end the show. That sucks. Ugh.
I never heard a follow-up on it. And I've
you know
been
what?
watching the news.
We'll figure it out.
Never heard anything about it.
No. We'll figure it out.
Chevy Chase did that on vacation.
Temporary tag on the back of window as sky is blue. You can see the numbers. Those are traceable. We know what's the problem. That's a felony, ain't it?
Well, if they're from Colorado,
it's a Colorado temp, I think.
It should be.
Yeah, it was a Colorado temp.
It should be a felony. My God, that is sick.
Check it out. Google it. You see it. I mean, you showed the news.
No, we will look into it. I mean, I can't promise anything, but my God.
Right.
I mean,
I'm sure it was an accident.
Well, but Suzanne, he's saying they got out, looked at it, got back in, and continued dragging the dog.
God.
It's almost hard to believe there's someone like that, though. And the police did nothing, right?
They got video. That's all they said. They got video, and that's it.
I'm surprised that didn't make it on social media.
Well, if it's someone here illegally, they get away with whatever.
God, I don't know. This is terrible. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, Tom.
Thank you. Gabe, be listening. We'll look into it.
All right.
All right, thanks. Mark, that ought to incense you, for God's sakes. Come on. Okay, can you play that song for these last remaining minutes? We may not have enough time, but just play some of it. This is a special song, and I want to. It's really cool. Go ahead, and while it's okay, listen to this song, folks. This is Moss Creative Advertising.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. Won't run, won't fly. Then all they do is lie. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
All right, we'll let you hear more of that later, but that's Steve Moss, MossCreativeAdvertising.com, a genius. We're going to play more of that and start using it. I'm Tom Martino. Don't forget Referralist.com for help, information, and referrals. Save all your problems for me.
I bet that guy's wrong on that story. I can see it. That pisses me off. It's got to be wrong. It can't be like on purpose. I mean,
nobody's that cruel.
Well, and even if they were,
the dogs,
they do it on the dirt road or something.
Explaining the worst kind of identity.
The more I hear it, the more it grows on me.
And it's
Oh,
I love it.
Yeah, I mean, I liked it from the beginning. It just grows on me more and
Your
more.
credit card company called
You know,
to say
Suze,
there are
I'm thinking,
charges
I'm
on
going
your
to
card.
take this.
Simple, I didn't-
No, I'm not. No, no. I was going to take it to the office, but I want to hear it.
Are you sure?
Yeah, this is where I really need
Your own title.
Why don't you get a second one?
Going to. That's
exactly what I was thinking when you said that.
The title documents are holding up online now. The thief is your signature. On a
Okay, now Marty clarifies that it's not that they're supposed to or are forced to, it's that he can get a refund.
You won't know until they.
And he said he would have helped you too.
Tell them to order Omaha steaks. Try to get them back. Let's go right for the jugular.
Let's get you protected. So home title locked up and register your address to see if you're already evicted and enter new.
Damn. I got a fucking piss